Sure everyone's here. Oh, we'll just wait for Councillor Arneson. All right, it's just after 1 o'clock. So if those councillors who are present can have their screens on so we know who's here. I know we have one that has the name there, but it's not present yet. And welcome here. So the first thing I'd like to do is to begin by acknowledging the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and in particular acknowledge our relationships with the Katzie, Kwantlen, Semiahmoo, and Matsqui First Nations. And now I'll bring the regular meeting of the Township of Langley Council to order. And the first item is to adopt and receive the agenda items. We do have one late delegation, Lisa Y. And with that addition, I will ask for a motion. Councillor Ferguson moves it. Councillor Arneson seconds. All those in favor and opposed? And that carries. Thank you. Next item is adoption of the minutes of regular council meeting of December 13th and the public hearing meeting of December 13th. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Long and second by Councillor Arneson. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? And carries. Thank you. So we now move on to delegations, and just for council's information, just give it a second here. I just want to do a little bit of a public service announcement to our council on some changes in the front line there. Welcome, Councillor Kunst.
Hi everybody. Sorry, my link wasn't working.
So for those of you who are here and those of you who aren't here and can't see, we're down a few bodies. We have they brought in the second string, so we got Mr. Sheetmaker acting as our clerk today. So be patient and be kind. He'll do the best job he possibly can. And I know with the mics, we're going to be working together on the mics, and I know sometimes it gets a little bit confusing. So a little bit of patience, and we'll work through this. So thank you, Mr. Sheetmaker, for joining us today. So we'll move on to delegations, and our first delegation is Mr. Doug McPhee. If you please come to the mic, and I'll put your mic on. And just, I'm sure you're aware, but you have 5 minutes to present your delegation.
I don't think I can do it in 5 minutes, I'm afraid.
3? Okay, we'll give you 3. 4? Do your best. And it doesn't count for questions from council.
Thanks. Yes, Your Worship, Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. Before we start, I'd like to acknowledge we're on the traditional unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples, especially the Kwantlen, Katzie, Semiahmoo, and Matsqui First Nations. And the talk really is about the Fort Langley floodplain, although we all know what happened in Abbotsford and upcountry. This is the topic for today. And I was going to talk about some of the myths that we hear and some of the reality about the floodplain. This is upstream in the Salmon River, fairly close to where the 108 acres in tall timbers is. I talked to Tim Gonke, he's the developer, a couple of years ago, and he was wondering if we could put the stream in a culvert in order to access the property. And I suggested that he might want to look in the fall. This is during the November floods. This is about a half of the flow of the Salmon River. The Salmon River in normal years, not this November, but in normal years, In the fall, we'll have over 40 cubic meters of water coming down. This is about 20. We can pump 6, so you can see that it's always going to flood. So I've been in Langley since 1987. I've lived in the watershed since 1989. I've been involved with the Salmon River Enhancement Society since the onset. I did have a tree farm for a while in the Salmon River uplands, and I recently moved from Tall Timbers, which is near the river, to above the Rollison Crescent. So I have a ringside view of the floodplain. This is yesterday on my property. Looking down at the floodplain, you can see golden ears in the background, and a little hard to see the floodplain because of the trees there, but you're looking at the floodplain. The pump house is far to the left. It's over 3 kilometers away. We're trying to draw water from this area, which is the area that floods the most, immediately north of Rollison, all the way to that very far distance. This is just a short video. That's pointing more north and east. You can see there's even water in the field there to the right, even at this time of year when there hasn't been really heavy rains. And again, it's more than 3 kilometers, but 5.5 kilometers for the stream to get to the pump house from there. This is not November. This is actually a few years ago when I went down and took a photo. We do get floods frequently in the floodplain. This is looking straight north again from Rollison Crescent, more or less where my property is. This is looking west from Rollison Crescent. You can see the water's going right over towards Glover Road. We get floods frequently. I'm not trying to minimize what happened in November because that was devastating. My brother got caught up at the family cabin in Nicola, unable to get down. The road from Merritt to Spence's Bridge, I gather, is probably going to have to be rebuilt high up in the hills to get away from the river. But we do get flooding in the Salmon River. So the ARTSA drainage standards are what people have talked about for years. They recognize that the floods still happen. In the growing season, the standard is that the flood should recede within 2 days. In the non-growing season, the standard is actually 5 days. And that standard is mostly for the purposes of vegetables and higher value crops, but it doesn't really apply to hay. The floodplain's been a very good place for hay for many, many years, and hay can withstand flooding. There's been a lot of ecological damage to floodplains over the years, trying to reach ARTSA standards. And the Salmon River, especially the lower parts, very high value ecologically. So this is not new. There's been many studies, and they show that in the growing season, 147 hectares do not meet ARTSA. And the reason that it's worse in the growing season is that the Fraser is high. The water that comes down the river has to be pumped over the closed floodgates into the Fraser River. And again, we can only pump 6 cubic meters per second total. The non-growing season, only 32 hectares do not meet the standards that are admittedly not as rigid in the fall. Even though the rains are heavier in the fall, the water escapes pretty readily through the floodgates with the Fraser being closed, or Fraser being low, I mean. So there's some myths that we've had to deal with for a number of years, and these ones fall under the we have to do something type of statement. We have to do something because fish get caught out in the fields when it floods. We have to do something because fertilizer washes into the river when it floods, and we should be growing higher value crops. So according to the ARTSA standards, it still floods. You're still going to get fish, you're still going to get fertilizer. Unfortunately, there's no way around that. That's what happens in a healthy floodplain. And the higher value crops is a issue that I'm sure can be done in some parts of the floodplain, but we have that 147 hectares where it's a very risky proposition. So things have been done already. This isn't a new issue. There was a lot of money spent in 1995 to upgrade the pump house. They put in a screw pump as the lead pump. The floodgates were improved. There were already compromises made to the ecology of the floodplain at that time. Fisheries, without our being involved, allowed pumping of the river a foot lower than normal, and most of the tidal action in the lower river was cut off. And the 3 old impeller pumps were left to still operate, and they are still turned on when the water's high enough that the screw pump can't manage it, and they kill a significant number of fish. Even the screw pump probably kills about 5% of the fish. And there are a lot of fish going out at that time of year. The coho smolts that are a year old that have been in the river for a year migrate out to the Fraser every spring during pumping season. There's over 100,000 a year of those coho smolts.
If I can just ask about how much time you have left, because the 5 minutes is
Yeah.
passed. Just so-
Unfortunately, there's quite a bit to go, I'm
Yeah,
afraid.
but it is a 5 minute. I mean, I have no problem if council has no problem with it, but we do have to keep to the schedule. It was 5 minutes, but I'll give you more time unless there's an opposition by council. So if you could wrap up in 5, that would be great. We'll extend it. Thank you.
Okay, so there were lots of studies in 2006, and they showed, and these are just 2 of the studies. There's quite a few more that I've had to sit at, I'm afraid. Another screw pump doesn't make a significant difference. Dredging the channel doesn't make a difference. Combined dredging and another screw pump makes a very small difference at a very high cost. And our concern with putting another screw pump in is that the argument will be that you've got more pumping and you can't get the water to the pump, so you're going to have to dredge the channel. Lots of other options looked at, none of them very realistic. That's the report I just showed you. Dredging's never been done in the Salmon River mainstem because of the ecological value. Dredging would be opposed by fisheries, by environmental groups, and likely by indigenous groups. And there's 3 threatened or endangered species that heavily use the lower river: the Salish sucker, Harrison River Chinook come into the river every spring, and the steelhead. So the other myths that we've heard over the years is that the pump house is being operated for the sake of the fish and fisheries. We've already seen that compromises were made to the ecology, that the pump house and the pumps kill fish and they obstruct passage of fish in and out of the river. We've heard that the river must be filling with sediment, so it needs dredging. The river's been very stable with deep pools that people have been fishing in for decades. They haven't filled in. The yearly rains in the fall, again, over 40 cubic meters a second, scours out the river, and the sediment goes out the floodgates every fall. And the engineering studies show it doesn't work. Dredging doesn't work. And it's clear that we can't engineer our way out of the flooding. We've tried that and it hasn't worked. The reason is difficult to put your mind around, but basically if you look at this topographical map that's on the township website, Rollison Crescent, the river's at about 3 meters. At the mouth where it meets the Fraser, it's also at 3 meters. Water flows downhill. There's no real downhill going on here. So the November event, just quickly, it was very unusual. The peak flow was a bit more than normal, 48 instead of low 40s. But the big difference was that the Fraser River rose up. It's never been high in the fall like it is in the spring, except for this one instance. This is the floodgate. If you look at the walkway there and then at the fence above it, the floodgates are lined up along that stretch. So it's quite a large area. This is the small area that the screw pump discharges into. Again, the floodgates can pass much more water than the pumps can. These are the bad boys, the old screw pump or the old impeller pumps that kill fish. This is the impeller pumps again, and this is looking towards the Fraser, and you can see that the floodgates can pass a lot of water. There's 4 of them there. And this is what happened in November. The Fraser was so high that that walkway is gone. The water was right up and actually at one point over the fence here. So the water couldn't get out. That's why we had the big problem in November. The water that normally flows out in the fall was unable to do so. This is the kind of thing that happened on 88th Avenue, and there was a small area of Glover. They'll probably have to be raised at some point here. So in reality, what can we and what should we do? Well, there are dikes in the floodplain. If we remove those dikes, we reduce flooding on the other properties. There's going to be money available for both flood relief and climate action money from the federal government. We can get rid of the pumps that kill the fish. Putting in another screw pump only makes sense if we replace the old pumps that are killing more fish than the screw pump. There's land purchases for room to flood. There's minimizing runoff upstream. What happened there? There we are. And here's one of the dikes on the old Augustine property. It's hard to see here, but there's the dike there. So we've dealt with the myths. We talked about the reality, and the conclusion is that the winter storm was a very unusual event and very different from the usual growing season issues in the Fort Langley floodplain. We've exhausted engineering drainage options in the floodplain. We should try to lessen the ecological impact of the pump house and improve the ecology of the floodplain and the upstream watershed. We should involve all groups in any discussions about this, including Indigenous groups and environmental groups. We should hire an environmental consultant to deal with these issues, and I can suggest somebody if you like. And finally, the floodplain is a complex topic. I've tried to squeeze it into a short period of time. I know that isn't ideal, so if people would like a tour of the floodplain, we could certainly arrange that. And when we go on the tour, we could stop at my dad's bench, which is in the little viewing area just past the pump house. This is Dougal Edgar McPhee, my dad, that the family bought a bench for many years ago. Thanks for the extra time.
Great. Well, thank you. Thanks for that. It's certainly an important part of our township is that floodplain and Fraser River and the Salmon River. And I lived down there for some time and watched the Salmon River, or the Fraser River, go up every spring and down every fall. And it was quite an anomaly for it to come up. It came up for a short time, but that was an important time during, I guess, all the upstream rains and that we saw all the way up the Coquihalla, and all of that had an effect coming down, and it really had never seen that before. And I've been here a long time too, and never seen the Fraser River come up and at this time of year, and unlike the spring. So, but thanks for sharing that with us. I've got some questions from council, and we'll start with Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. McPhee, for your presentation today. And I'm glad you gave us this historical overview of what's happened there. I just had a couple of, actually probably like 3 questions here. The first one, you mentioned that back in, was it the early 2000s, that the compromise that was reached with DFO at that point was to reduce the level by a foot. Yes. The water level by a foot, which actually cut off tidal action for the river. Now, how has that, or has that damaged the river?
It's a little complicated technically. The agreements were actually in the 1995 period when the pump house was altered and the screw pump was brought in. So the pumping level in the summer it's pumped down lower than the natural level of the river by a foot, and in the process of doing that, there's a little. It used to be that the Harrison River Chinook would actually usually get into the river before the highest of the Fraser and leave before the highest of the Fraser, but they went in and out through the floodgates, and those are now closed. So most of the tidal action has been shut off. There's a small opening that allows some of the tide to get in, but very little compared to what used to get in.
Okay, and it's interesting you mentioned the floodgates, because council also received a letter from a Mr. Matt Foy, who I believe worked with DFO a while back, and his recommendation was just to leave the gates open. Particularly during the off-growing season period. Yeah. Is that, from your perspective, a realistic solution?
Well, it would certainly be better for the river. It would allow some water to flush in and out of the lower river to refresh the lower river. The tides do allow the smaller fish to get in and out. They have a lot of difficulty getting in and out otherwise. And we think there's a few more species besides the Harrison River Chinook that come in the spring and use the lower river for maturing before they go out to the ocean. The floodgates being chained open actually probably would have helped in November, because it would have allowed a little bit more water to go through the floodgates than what happens with their normal operation.
So would leaving the gates open allow more water to pass through than putting another pump in?
Well, I think when you look at that photo showing how big the floodgates are, yeah, definitely. The screw pump only pushes 2 cubic meters per second. The other 4 pumps that still kill fish are a total of 4. That's pretty small compared to what can go through the floodgates. The floodgates are oversized for what they actually need to do.
Okay, and you also mentioned that if we're putting a second screw pump in, if we were doing that to get rid of the old propeller pumps, that would be an okay option?
Yeah,
Like
if it's
if the
made,
intent was to get rid of the ones that kill the fish, right?
yes, if it's made clear at the start that this is not going to lead to dredging, then it would reduce some of the smolt, um, the smolt issue in the spring. So it would make sense. There's two of the older pumps that total can pump 2 cubic meters per second. So a screw pump could replace those two. There are ways also with the old impeller pumps to replace them where they're sitting in more fish-friendly, with more fish-friendly pumps. So there are things that could be done with that remaining old pump as well.
Okay, and the whole question about dredging, in my mind, I always thought when we talked about dredging in Fort Langley, it was dredging in the Bedford Channel. But you're suggesting that the dredging that's being talked about here would be dredging in the actual Salmon River?
Yeah, this has been part of the discussion ever since the 1990s, even before 1995. There's been a lot of pressure to dredge the river. And even though the engineering studies subsequently showed that that doesn't make a difference, there's still been a lot of pressure. Farmers have wanted the river dredged.
Okay, but the First Nations, they would not be very supportive of dredging the actual river. The channel, okay, maybe, but not the river?
Well, I'm not quite sure. It's the river channel from Rollison to the mouth that is the important part, that if you did dredge it, you'd create a lot of problems. The Indigenous groups, as far as I know, haven't been at the table, certainly not when I was heavily involved in this in the 1990s and the early 2000s. So I'm not sure that they have actually had any input into this at this point.
Okay. And my last question, you mentioned hiring an environmental consultant. I seem to vaguely recall there was a person, was his name Mr. Pearson?
Yeah, Mike Pearson is
Mike Pearson.
Yeah, Mike Pearson is one of the more experienced environmental consultants. He's worked on projects in Langley several times. He's the expert, recognized as the expert in the province on the Salish sucker. If he were available, he'd be a very good choice to look into all of these issues.
Great. Well, thank you very much for reaching out to council and making this delegation. I think this is excellent information for us all to have. Thank you for your time today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Press screen.
There's the light.
Yeah. Thank you. I know it's a complicated subject, and you've sort of compressed it into a synopsis covering off a number of different elements, including the history, most recent events, etc. And I really appreciate the pictures in particular, because I think pictures tell, a huge amount of actually what's going on. So most recently, what we have in our mind is the recent flooding, but as you've alluded to, this is a floodplain that we're talking about. And so historically, I'm wondering, just a couple of questions regarding some of your comments. So the diking system, because you referenced specific dikes, and I'm wondering whether or not those would be best dealt with by maybe a study of those diking infrastructure relationships to the overall flooding, if that would be something that could be considered, within an overall study.
Yeah, that's an even more complicated topic, I'm afraid. There's a lot of back history behind the dikes on the Augustine property and the dikes on the Belmont Golf Course. That'd be a very complicated thing to wade into. So I'm not sure what the best solution is there. I don't think Augustine owns that property anymore. But there were court cases and threatened court cases involved with both of those issues.
Okay, well, that sounds like a can of worms. Uh, so let's not, sorry to use the word, let's not dredge those up at this time. I'm wondering if you're aware, so you talked about the DFO and some of the decision making around what's happened so far. Do you know if the DFO has weighed in most recently about all these issues having, jurisdiction in the area?
DFO generally responds to things that are brought to them.
Not proactive.
So as far as I know, nothing's been brought to them recently. We are in the process of contacting them to talk about this issue again. The Salmon River Group is. But I'm not sure if anybody else has contacted them recently.
Okay, thank you. And just one final thought. So on this idea about looking at other opportunities to kind of circumvent what, geologically and hydrogeologically we have in the area. So an integrated stormwater management plan for the Salmon River in general as a watershed, would you say that was a good idea to consider undertaking that?
Yeah, that's a tough one for me. I haven't really been impressed that those plans make a big difference. If they would be effective, I'd be in agreement, but I'm not so sure that those plans make a big difference.
Okay, well, thank you very much for coming today and for your candor. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
McPhee, I'm not sure what to call you anymore, but you must
That's
be
fine.
living right because you haven't aged today since the last time you were a delegation here.
Well,
I'm
got
not
the
sure when
mask
that
on,
was.
so-
It must be a couple of terms ago for sure.
Yeah, it's a while.
Okay, what I wanted to say is that many of the questions have been answered by both Councillor Richter and Councillor Arneson. I did want to say that the ARDS report, do they change from year to year, to decade, or are they basically still the same kind of format, if I
I
may?
don't think ARDSA has really changed in recent years. I've simplified it, of course. I noted that on the slide. There's a few other things involved, but I think those standards have been in place for quite a while.
So it'll be difficult to meet those standards in this particular floodplain. That's
Well,
okay,
the
then.
engineering studies show that we really can't for a very large part of the floodplain.
And I remember talking to you, and to a lesser degree, Mr. Foy as well, years ago about the fish and fish killing, and I thought that a lot of that was being resolved from, I imagine, to a higher percentage, over 50% to below 50%, but that actually hasn't really occurred as per se, according to your delegation?
Well, it's a good question. I'm not sure how often the water gets high enough in the spring that they kick in the old pumps. You'd have to look at the operations over the last few years and determine how often they are operated, but they certainly are still operated, and they certainly do kill some percentage of the fish.
And there is such a thing as a friendly fish pump as well, from what I understand over the years.
Yeah, the screw pump is friendlier. Nothing is 100%. But even the impeller pumps, there are ways now to replace them with pumps that aren't as bad.
Okay, and I mean, the last thing I would like to say that I'm not a scientist myself, and this is an awful lot of information. We've got, going back with history in front of us, hundreds of pages and things like that. So I think the council is going to have a discussion about it, and we do appreciate, because these are interesting times, and the atmospheric river, what we saw with our neighbors in Abbotsford, and many other things, that including flooding just down the road from where I live in Brookswood. We don't see that very often.
No.
So, I guess the consequence, positive consequence, of many people were skating on the lakes when it got cold because of the water left over from the flood. So thank you for coming. It's always a pleasure, and we'll certainly be discussing it.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Dr. McPhee. Did I say it right?
Doug
Yes.
is fine.
Okay, Doug. You give an awful lot of facts. We've done the study, lots of studies, and I was impressed with, you had a picture of the high water picture on one of your screens, and almost a week later, it was as low. We had one of the a low tidal on the Fraser. Don't quote me on the week, but it was, I went in 2 or 3 times, I went in numerous times, and one time I went in and the guy said, well, it's as low as we've seen it, we've at this time of year, and that was because the Fraser was down. So it sounds like we're getting a lot of information. I went down there, and it's hard to sometimes when you're seeing the damage the flood does. We saw pictures of 88th flowing over. We saw pictures of Glover Road flowing over. And we saw pictures of our Township of Langley's infrastructure, not to mention private property and the whole system. But you say there's no downhill. So I guess where I'm going with this is you've put in, it gets complicated just to say that, like on my motion, I'm just going to go back to my motion, is we want to make sure that the Salmon River Enhancement Society, maybe my terminology and the therefores weren't strong enough, but we want you there so that we can get all the information, and I think that's important. You mentioned money coming from the federal government into the Fraser Valley. We may not get some, we may not, but it's not that simple. Like you've said some things that kind of make me want to argue as a farmer. And well, I'm not going to argue now. I'm just saying I'm really glad you came. You're putting more information on the table, and I can see that I don't think we can not do. I know we've studied it, but I think we need to move forward. We don't want to spend money on a screw pump if it's not any good. We don't want to spend money on dredging if it's not going to work. I used a terminology a little a day or so ago, or yet today, that if you marry a redheaded woman, your chances are going to have redheaded kids if you have kids. If you buy in a floodplain, there are going to be flood problems, especially when there's no downhill. Like this is, it's not, there's floodplains all over the world, but not maybe all of them are like this. Well, they are, I guess, but I guess that's why we need to look at this a little bit further, because we don't want to, you can see I put this motion in, and it's creating creating more questions than it is answers. So that's why it's here, and I'm really glad that your knowledge, and you've, I've been at your old house, and I thought you were crazy to move out of that neighborhood. It was beautiful, but now you're sitting over top like an eagle, looking at, you're our watch dog, or watch eagle. Anyhow, thank you very much for coming, and I really appreciate your inputs.
Thank you, David.
Thanks.
I would just say if there are more studies, I really think we should have an environmental consultant as part of that. That wasn't done before. I think it should be done now.
Good advice. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you. There's no further questions from council, so thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thanks again.
Thank you. Yep. All right, now we have Ms. Lisa Y. Welcome here, and I hope I pronounced your name correctly. I'm
Yes, you got it right on.
taking me all these years, but I got it. It's like my name. It's
Thank
one
you.
of those. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here, Mayor Froze, Council. Some of you know me. I have been here before, but it's been a while. And I'm not talking about fill sites. I'm not talking about heritage buildings today. I'm talking about a life and death matter today. I'm here on behalf of Mom Stop the Harm, a network of more than 3,000 Canadian families impacted by substance use-related harms and deaths. We advocate to change failed drug policies and provide peer support to grieving families and those with loved ones who use or have used substances. So the reason I'm standing here today is because our daughter, Renee Bedard, was poisoned by an illegal toxic drug supply. In January of 2020, at age 29, she lost her life. To be clear, she did not take too many drugs, and she did not die of an overdose. She was poisoned by drugs that were tainted, unregulated, and unsafe. If those drugs were regulated by government, that drug supply would have been safe for her to consume, just as our supply of alcohol is today. Renee was a smart, beautiful, loving person with dreams and aspirations for a good life. The pain of losing her is unbearable and worsened by the fact that drug-related deaths are stigmatized and overlooked. Police investigations and criminal charges rarely follow when someone is poisoned and dies from toxic drugs, adding further trauma to the family. So many people in our community have been touched by the toxic drug crisis, either personally or through someone else they know. The portrayal on the news of homeless people in the downtown east side dying of fentanyl poisoning paints an inaccurate picture and only serves to deepen the stigma surrounding the crisis. The reality is that anybody can be affected, including people with problematic substance use and people who are just recreational users. The coroner's report shows that the majority of people dying in BC are males between the age of 25 and 60. Most of these men are employed and have families, and they are passing away in their own homes. In November of 2020, so that's 2 months ago, a year and 2 months ago, Moms Stop the Harm asked municipalities and Indigenous communities across the country for their assistance in ending the overdose and toxic drug crisis. Specifically, we asked you to consider passing a resolution on the overdose crisis. Among other things, the resolution asks the federal government to declare the overdose crisis a national public health emergency and develop a pan-Canadian plan that looks at decriminalization of personal use, possession, and legal regulation of drugs. I recently followed up with an email letter sent to you, Mayor Froese, and Council on December 13th, 2021, to inquire whether you will be considering passing this resolution. This letter appears on page 5 of today's agenda under correspondence items. As you may know, about 23,000 Canadians have died from preventable opioid-related overdoses since January of 2016 and March of 2021. In October of this year, there were 6.5 deaths per day occurring in British Columbia alone. In April of 2016, the BC government declared the opioid crisis a public health emergency, and yet there has been no emergency response to this crisis. The federal government has yet to declare this a public health emergency, despite the rising death toll. The opioid crisis is no less a public health emergency than the COVID crisis, and it deserves the same attention as COVID to save lives across this country. It is our view that the federal government needs to do much more than it has to date, which is why we are requesting that your municipality consider passing a resolution calling on the federal government to, 1, declare the overdose crisis a national public health emergency, and 2, work with the provinces to develop a comprehensive pan-Canadian plan for ending drug poisoning and overdose deaths. As of November 9th, 2021, 2 months ago, 65 municipalities across the country had already passed at least all or part of the resolution contained in my letter sent to you on December 13th. How am I doing for time?
It's pretty much wrapped up. So
Okay.
I'm just giving you a few, I know you're close to
Okay.
the end, so.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. So I just encourage you to read that resolution contained in my letter, my email to you on December 13th. And thank you for considering our request to pass this resolution on behalf of Mom Stop the Harm. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. It's certainly a heartfelt presentation. Certainly sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
I do have some questions. If you're okay to stand.
Yeah.
Take some questions. Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you very much for coming and speaking to us and for sharing your own personal sad story about this. Is this something that the federal government would be willing to consider doing? Have you spoken with Mr. Van Popta, the current MP in the township?
So I've not spoken to him directly. I do know that Justin Trudeau and our Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, they're not currently addressing this issue, certainly not with any urgency. And so it behooves all of us to apply pressure at any level we can to try and save these lives. So yes, I guess I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe it'll make a difference.
Thank you very much for coming and speaking directly to us in person today, and for making sure that we're well aware of the impact on families of this poisoning, as you called it. It really is a poisoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Thank you so much for coming in today.
Oh, just give it a second here. No, it'll come on. Just wait. There we go.
Thank you. Thanks so much for coming in today. A very difficult topic for sure, and very personal for you, and I appreciate you coming and speaking to us. This is an issue that certainly I think every one of us on council is aware, and it continues to grow. And so the more we become aware, it doesn't seem to change and make a significant difference. So I appreciate you coming today and talking to us. I just wondered, you mentioned 65 different municipalities across Canada. Would you happen to know what that is in British Columbia, or what the number might be, or?
Oh, I wish I did, but actually, in my letter that I emailed to you, there's a link, and you can see every municipality that has submitted their resolutions already.
Oh,
So
okay.
you can see each and every municipality that has participated in this.
Okay, that's great, thank you. And so the other thing I'm wondering, just from you, you did send us a, sort of a resolution to consider, but you mentioned some other municipalities have done, parts of that resolution or designed their own. Is there, from your sense, does that make a difference to you, which way they go, or, are you sort of, would you prefer that we, looked at your resolution in entirety, or does it really, as long as municipalities are doing something, that's enough for you?
Oh, well, of course, we think our resolution and the wording of it is ideal. And we encourage you to adopt the resolution as written, of course, but it's totally up to you. It's,
Right, okay, so partial can also be effective.
yeah, for sure.
Okay, that's great,
Thank
thank you. And as Councillor Richter suggested, I certainly think talking to our members of parliament that, are in our area here would be probably a great thing for you to do as well. So thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Wade, for coming today. I'm certainly appreciate your candor and your feel sorry for your loss and things like that. Again, I keep repeating myself, as many people don't know that much about me, and they probably never will, is that I worked with young offenders and people with learning behavior, drug drug and alcohol problems, emotional and psychological problems. And at a young age, from my 10 years were between 13 and 17. So we did an awful lot of preventative measures, but you can't prevent everything. And keep the fight going because it's an important issue. Keep it going, and I'm sure council will look at your particular resolution. I certainly wish you well. I never used to use the word poison, but I guess that's probably what it is. We've actually, even in the family, we've experienced some of that ourselves. So it's who's left behind. The brothers, the sisters, the father, the mother, the aunts, the uncles, it goes on, the friends. I would also ask you to continue also talking to things like school districts, because we're all in this together. School districts, social services organization, because the more we keep spreading this word around, I know myself and other members of council have attended many of the either walks or seminars or information regarding this issue. So keep it up, and thank you indeed for coming.
Thank you. And just further to what you mentioned, so I'm a member of the Langley Community Action Table for overdose response, and we do present to both schools and other agencies and corporations that are seeking information on this topic. So yeah, we are trying to get out through those avenues. We also do naloxone training at public events, public markets. We set up at the Fort Langley Public Market, and we were just inundated with people searching for answers and help and information. Yeah.
Keep doing what you're doing. God bless you.
Councillor Arneson.
For coming today, and so sorry for your loss. It's just devastating. I know I've been to a number of the meetings in the past, and I know that this group you just referred to are very active. I was going to refer to them, but you're already really integrated with them, it sounds like. And I just want to pick up on some of the comments that you were making about how societally this stigmatization is a huge issue, because I think it's a real barrier towards A, people getting help, but B, the responsiveness that we've had historically for this as an emergency and a real health-related issue that people have. And so I understand you know this, but just underlining the fact that with COVID and other things, you know, the stressors that people who already may be struggling, it was a real eye-opener to me to find out the demographic of individuals that were really being most impacted, and the challenging part about how our system is not really set up to address how illegal drugs can be developed, you know? And so I really see the merit of having a program. It's like harm reduction of the highest order. You want to make sure that you're not looking at people and driving them to a situation where they feel that they should or, you know, would want to use without scrutiny, because in fact, it is something that affects so many people. It's a variety of individuals, and it is our community that's really struggling with this, and increasingly young people, people in the construction industry in particular, people that have been injured and unfortunately get addicted to drugs because they've got a pain, they get cut off after a while, and they have to seek it, unfortunately, you know, in the black market. So I really applaud your efforts, and I couldn't agree more with my colleagues. I really think that this is an opportunity to connect with the higher orders of government and our MPs to make sure that we're spearheading this as, you know, an opportunity to actually go beyond just the continuing discussion of the matter, and making sure that there's a program, a network in place to help people that are struggling with this issue, because as you said, it could happen to anybody.
Well, and it is happening to everybody. And, you know, the time for talk is long past. With 7 people dying a day in just one province, we're way past talking. And I encourage Mayor and Council to support all the agencies in Langley that are really trying to put what we call harm reduction systems in place. What that means is we want to have low barrier access to help, which means they don't have to go through a family doctor. They don't have to be stigmatized. They can reach out for help. They can access a safe supply, because for them to actually stop using is just not that simple. And in the meantime, while they're using, we don't want them to die. And that's what safe supply is about.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lisa, for your presentation. I just wanted to let you know that we had something in our package distribution list from the Fraser Health Board of Directors of Jim Sinclair from Fraser Health, giving us an update. And the numbers are, they're like you've described, and they're terribly sad. But I know that we can talk about your delegation at other business at the end of the meeting. You may not be staying, but I can assure you that I'll try and bring it up, and I think others on council will too, at that other business section of the meeting.
Thank you.
But thanks for your presentation.
Thank you. Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we move on to G, which is bylaws for first, second, and third reading. And G1 is Development Application Procedures Bylaw, bylaw number 5760. I'm just going to ask Mr. Backen if he just give or Mr. Sefi a brief background on this this bylaw and how it got here for council before we move into resolution.
Thank you, Your Worship. The trigger, if you will, for this bylaw amendment being presented to council today is the provincial government's recent adoption of a statute that's referred to as Bill 26. The full name of it is the Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act. What that does, Your Worship, it removes the de facto, if you will, the automatic obligation for municipalities to have a public hearing for certain applications that are identified as being OCP compliant. As Council recalls, Your Worship, at the beginning of this pandemic, Council approved temporary amendments to our procedures bylaw to do exactly what Bill 26 now is allowing municipalities to do on a permanent basis. So the reason why it's in front of council is because of the fact that with the pandemic continuing, the province has seen it fit to allow local governments to in certain circumstances, not require automatically a public hearing, those being OCP compliant. Given the fact that official community plans, Your Worship, as our council is certainly more than aware, take several years, require extensive public input. So with that as background, those applications that are actually compliant with the OCP are considered to be routine, in quotation marks, I guess, from the provincial perspective, which we share as well. And this, what it does, Your Worship, it brings into consistency what we currently have as a temporary provision. When Council adopted the written input opportunity back, I think it was April of 2020. It was with a distinct understanding that it would be on a temporary basis. So what this bylaw attempts to do, Your Worship, is to bring not just the provincial legislation, Bill 26, into consistency with our bylaws, but also the previous regime, if you will, into compliance with our processes going forward.
Thank you. Okay, I see two questions. I don't know if someone could move this and we can move through, and then I'll go down the speakers list. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Whitmarsh and seconder, Councillor Davis. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about this one. And I'm wanting to know a number of questions. The first question is this an absolute requirement of the provincial government for us to do? Do we have no choice but to adopt this? First question. Second question, are there additional considerations in this proposed bylaw that go above and beyond what the provincial government is requiring us to do. And if there are additional considerations or additional delegations of authority to staff, what exactly are those? And I think it would be nice if we could get like a specific list of what these additional changes are. Now, I note, for example, in the bylaw on page 8, 3.8, an application for a cannabis retail store. If we include this in the bylaw, does that mean that we no longer have public hearings on cannabis stores? Like, it seems to me there's some gray area here that we should be getting some clarification on. And the other thing is, for example, it says here in the report, the package will not include the details. Well, what details? Are we talking about, for example, the number of trees that will be lost, or the number of new students that will be coming into local schools? Like, it just seems to me that there's a whole lot of issues here. It also says early notification of the application. So typically we get a bylaw for first and second reading 4 days before we have to vote on it. Is this going to be a continuation of that? We're going to get this early notification for first and second, and we have to decide whether we're going to have a public hearing or not have a public hearing. So I'm just thinking that to be a little more comfortable with this, because I want to know exactly what we're delegating to staff and exactly how much of that delegation is absolutely required by the provincial government that we do. Thank you.
Mr. Safi?
Thank you, Worship. I was making good notes. I think I caught 2 questions, actually, with the second one having, I guess, subsets. So dealing with the first one, Your Worship, do we have to adopt this? Council does not have to adopt this, Your Worship. Council can choose to not take advantage of Bill 26, but I would suggest that it would be on a temporary basis. What I mean by that is the way that we understand it. Staff has been in touch with legal counsels, more than one, over the past couple of months since November, when this provincial legislation was given royal assent and came into force and effect. We've had consultations with legal counsels. So the idea is for a local government to either take advantage of Bill 26 or not. Council doesn't have to do anything. Council can carry on, but I suspect at some point there may be a challenge in terms of why the provisions that were clearly put into place to be temporary have not ended, given the fact that the province now contemplates those temporary provisions under pandemic to have ended. So that's just something for council to keep in mind. As far as the second one, which, as I said, has a number of subsets, this bylaw doesn't go above and beyond what's there in terms of delegating anything to staff, Your Worship. Some of the details that are outlined in the provincial legislation that staff has tried to highlight for council are as follows. An application that council decides need not have a public hearing must be, as I said earlier, consistent with the OCP. That's a fundamental requirement. The second part is there must be an early notification. What that means is, as council is aware, currently what we have is a requirement for public notification, which includes newspaper advertising and individual notices to go out to neighbors, to occur prior to a public hearing. That is typically after first and second reading, prior to public hearing, we go through the notification process. Now, this Bill 26 requires local governments who wish to take advantage of Bill 26 provisions to do what is called early notification, which means prior to first reading. What that means is then staff will have to anticipate when an application is likely going to be brought forward to council, say working backwards, say sometime in March, and then work backwards and advise the public through notifications that an application for changes to the OCP and the zone are being contemplated. And council will be considering this application at and then specify the date. Now, that provides the public with sufficient time to advise council in whatever way they would like to, whether they support or oppose an application. Now, this is a much longer period than is currently in place. That is the intent of the legislation and enshrined in the bylaw amendments that are being proposed for council's consideration. The other subset was regarding cannabis, Your Worship. Cannabis retail operations are not consistent with our OCP. So any cannabis application would automatically have to have a public hearing. That is not something that is going to be, I guess, under the amendment, not required to have a public hearing. So for clarity, cannabis operations, retail cannabis will require to have a public hearing regardless. And as far as the other consideration, Your Worship, is that based on the early notification, council can always choose to direct staff that a public hearing is needed, regardless of an application being consistent with the OCP or not. And I don't wish to mention any specific examples, but council is aware of a few that have come forward in recent months and years that have been consistent with the OCP, but nevertheless, either at the outset, either by staff or based on public submissions, deemed to be significant and out of ordinary. And as such, those applications will still, again, subject to either council direction or staff understanding of public opposition or support, could be. This bylaw does not necessarily preclude having the public hearing. It just provides for not having a public hearing as a provision of the bylaw.
Okay, well, Mr. Mayor, I read the bylaw and it's not clear to me because in part 3 under scope, this starts on page 7, this bylaw applies to the following applications related to all land within the boundaries of the township. And it goes down and it goes through amendments to the official community plan, amendments to the zoning bylaw, and then it goes through applications for telecommunication center, liquor licenses, gaming licenses, development of property within the ALR, application of a cannabis retail store. I'm not finding the exceptions in this bylaw as it's currently worded, where we would automatically require a public hearing for a gaming license or a cannabis retail store. And I'm not sure what it is that's exactly wrong with how we currently do things. Now, there have been some changes as a result of COVID. Yes, that's true. But I'm not feeling the need, if we don't have to do this, to press forward and jump in to do this without having a full understanding of the impact and effect of doing this. So with your permission later on, after everyone's had a chance to speak, I think this needs to be referred to some sort of a session with council to get a better handle on what exactly is intended and what the effect of what is intended will be. Because the report says quite clearly on page 2, including provisions relating to the requirements of a public hearing, delegation of development permits and development variance permits, powers to staff, public notices options, and code of conduct requirements. So we need to really understand what we're approving here. And I don't understand what we're approving here based on the information that we've been given in this package.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Well, yeah, we're all trying to understand. I'm confused now because I thought it was very clearly said that when there's amendments to the OCP that the public hearing would still have. And so I'm having difficulty understanding where there's confusion there, but that doesn't matter because I still don't understand, or I don't particularly agree with not having. I think public hearings are really important. It's the chance that the public can come out. When we have an application that is A, consistent with the OCP, B, doesn't have very many issues, let's say, the public hearing is a very quick process, Your Worship. There may be no speakers. And that's an indication for sure that, that the public's in favor of it. But if there is somebody that owns property, and that's why we have them, the public hearing is there for the property owner to come forward and express a concern that may affect his or her value of their property. So to me, it's a very important part of local government that we have public hearings. I had asked a number of times during the height of the pandemic when we would be able to return to them, because my understanding from the provincial government is that those folks that have concerns on an application, whether it's consistent or not, whatever the case is, that the application, they would be able to give their concerns by Zoom, by letter, I suppose, but more importantly, I think on Zoom, where they can actually talk to us and we can see them and they can see us. And I think if you have that integrated, which I'm not sure where we are in that right now, whether people can still do that. If they can't, I think that should be the amendment that we go after, that people have an opportunity to come in person if it's safe to. If the PHO says we can come here, like apparently we can do now if we're wearing the right masks, et cetera. Or you could choose to Zoom in if A, the weather's inclement, B, it's late at night, or C, you just can't get here. So that, to me, improves the communication between residents and the council. So that's something I would much be supportive of, but I don't think we should get rid of public hearings. I think they're very much important. The other thing, just to conclude, is I'm very concerned about the last comment. Mr. Savia, nothing personal by any means, but you did allude to the fact that things can get very political. So I'm wondering where the fairness is there. You've got application A, B, and C, and for whatever reason, application B is going to require a public hearing where the others two don't, and who knows why that could be. Who knows, and I won't try and say it's nefarious, but it doesn't seem fair that some maybe will have a public hearing, some won't. I think they all should still have it. Opportunity to come on Zoom should be put there, and if there's no issue, well then, there's no issue. The public hearing comes and goes very, very quickly. So I can't support what we got here, and I don't think a deferral is going to help, because I do understand what's being done here. I think we should stay where we are, and if the pandemic continues, I think that we'll still use these temporary things that have been allowed to us through the PHO.
Thank you. Councilor Arneson?
Yes, thank you, Worship. So I do appreciate the comments. This is an opportunity for at the outset for Council to discuss at a high level what our concerns would be. So I do appreciate the province is changing the legislation. So at the same time, there's an expectation there will be subsequent conformity. I am leaning towards this sense that unless I was expressly guaranteed that we as a council have the jurisdiction to decide if we change this, that each and every opportunity would be taken to have just a blanket approval of all public hearings, then I would be reluctant to support this out of the gate. Because I also agree, to me, public hearings are very much the bedrock of democracy and how people can express their views. To me, just because something conforms with an OCP should not be a box to tick and say, well, we by default could have sort of a different standard for how we deal with that. And thank you, Mr. Safi, for reminding us, in case some of us hadn't really remembered the fact, we've had a number of very contentious things come forward, and they were totally in compliance with the OCP, and yet there was a huge upset in the community around a couple of applications. And so I'm not sure about the politicization of certain things, as Councillor Long has alluded to. What would be the prospects of us then starting an interior debate amongst councillors? Should we have a public hearing for this? Well, what about that one, etc.? And I'm also concerned about the fact that our OCPs, it occurs to me that some of our neighborhood plans in particular are becoming somewhat dated. And so maybe what is in conformity under the OCP is not something that's currently acceptable, or we've evolved past that. So I could possibly be helped by having further discussion about this, but unless it's a mandatory provision that we have to undertake, I'm not particularly enthusiastic about endorsing this unless, as I said, we can have the assurance that we can go ahead and provide public hearings for each and every opportunity that comes forward, whether or not they comply with the OCP. So that would be my proviso. Thank you.
I've got Councilor Mr. Baca. Did you have something?
It's more a conclusion, Your Worship. I'll just jump in then. I think we're hearing that there is the desire to return to the previous system. So I'll try to describe our anomaly that's existing, because I think it's a bit unintentional on the part of the province, and I think there's a way to fix it. Right now, we're still operating under what we'll call the public health orders, where they exempted it during the COVID period. With the advent of Bill 26, and I would say inadvertently, they've indicated that by implication, the COVID period is over. Therefore, if you want to continue, you have to go to this permanent system. What we're hearing is, well, we don't really want to go to a permanent system, but we would like for the pandemic to actually be completed or be over before we go back to the previous system. That's what the advice we're getting makes it kind of difficult, is because there's this gap between the COVID period and the bill itself, and we're in the middle of that. The answer then may be simply to refer this to staff with the proviso that we look to keep the current system only for so long as the pandemic is in place, and then once that is at an end, we could then revert back to the previous system, and we would not be taking advantage of the other, provisions of Bill 26.
Yeah, thank you for that. But that doesn't preclude any other council at any time taking advantage of Bill 26 provisions. If this council decided just to carry on with the way things are, once the public health emergency is over, it would revert back to our normal practice. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty close. The problem is, technically, it may not be able to carry on as it is, because, of course, if the COVID provisions are at an end, why are we continuing as it was? But as we are seeing, there's been a resurgence, if you will, that has, in fact, in many ways tightened the public health regulations. I think what we're hearing is that council would very much be interested in continuing with the current practice until the pandemic is done. But effectively, Bill 26 could be interpreted to say the pandemic is over. Well, we know it's not over, but that's what the legislation in the fall, I think, was anticipating. So I think what we're suggesting is a referral to continue with the present system until the pandemic is at an end, would allow us then to explore with legal counsel the appropriate language so it doesn't carry on in future, but it does at least carry on until the pandemic is over.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh, and then I'll go to Councillor Richter, who had a motion.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate the comments made by other members of council, and I certainly support having public hearings and the opportunity for people to speak. I guess what the other side of it, and I think it's important to note, is that official community plans, we spend considerable amounts of time and energy getting public input onto official community plans, into neighborhood plans, sometimes a year's worth of input and thousands of people giving input. Once those are shaped and we start to function by them, we then have applications that come in accordance to the official community plan. And it seems to me that one of the challenges that we face as a local government is the speed at which we can process development applications at the local government level. And we talk often about the need to speed up that process, but every time we come forward with a suggestion as to how we can speed it up, we look for ways to not speed it up. And so at times, it seems sometimes our talk is maybe cheap, that we don't actually stand by. We actually want to speed up the process, but then we get an opportunity to, and we say, no, we don't want to do that. So I am concerned about that, and yet I do think it's valuable to have an opportunity for people to present, certainly in the cases when it goes against our OCP and the rezoning is contrary to our OCP. Obviously, this is very clear that would do that. But when it's in line, it seems to be something that maybe we can do to help speed things up. In addition, as far as I understand, and someone can correct me, but written submissions are still allowed. And in the last 2 years, we've had many opportunities where we've received written submissions, and council considers those very seriously. We consider written submissions as seriously as any public hearing and opportunity to present information, and we've made decisions based on written submissions. So I don't see anything in here that suggests we can't have written submissions on any topic. We can continue to receive those. So, I'm kind of, I'm certainly happy to have this deferred and have a further discussion by council, but we need to find ways to speed up the process. This seems a pretty simple way to start speeding up the development process of our applications, which is a real challenge for our local governments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I did get a couple more first-time speakers, so I'm going to go to Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So I just wanted to clarify with another question to staff, if I may, Mr. Mayor, in regards to some of the comments Mr. Backen made in regards to the current system versus the previous system and the longevity of the current process within the pandemic. So the problem with that is, how long does the pandemic last? And if it becomes endemic, when does that determination get made? And, you know, until Friday, of course, I can go to a Giants game, but for some reason I can't come to a public hearing. So I'm still a bit confused on some of the contradictions inherent in some of the orders in what's allowed and what isn't. So I didn't support or don't support the submission as it's come forward in the staff report. And I kind of with Councillor Long, I don't see the need for a referral either. I'd be quite happy to refer this back with some additional direction and try to save a step and have the same conversation a second time. I don't know if there's a response to that, Mr. Mayor, otherwise I could continue.
Mr. Backen?
No.
Your worship, we sympathize with the, I guess, confusion, because it is at least a changing field, and when we come to an end is going to be something I think the province will have to provide us the guidance on.
And I kind of feel like they have. Sort of, they've said that these interim or temporary provisions are over with, and now that municipalities can choose to make them permanent. It feels like an effort to speed up the development process as opposed to anything else. That was in the NDP platform in the last provincial election. I just find it interesting that the way to speed up the process is to eliminate public input. Not sure why that's considered the low-hanging fruit of the development process in terms of speeding it up that Councillor Whitmarsh mentioned. You know, I remember a development processes review committee that has achieved nothing in 3 years that was intended to speed up the development process. Why wouldn't we start there and not start with the elimination of public input? So for me, I don't support it. I don't support a referral. I'd prefer to see it a deferral. I'd see it referred back to staff to potentially look at reviewing this again and coming back with something that reverts back to the previous system within the context of an endemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think there'll certainly be a lot of discussion on this, and when I first read G1, the Development Application Procedures Bylaw, and went down to Section 460 of the Local Government Act, and that's the first thing that I thought, oh, this is interesting, because are we ready for this? And I certainly put out some challenges to myself as to, you know, where we've gone with COVID, and how the health ministries with talking points and measures, and we've gone through a lot of steps. Now, and I've heard other members of council discuss the important, the cornerstone, and you know, important public hearings are, and that's another thing that came to my mind that I wrote down, and the implications of this, and certainly there's been a lot of dialogue on this. And Mr. Safey, question to you through the chair: if a proponent wants to or wishes to have an in-person public hearing today, they can still have that. Is that not correct?
That is correct, Your Worship, and I was going to make a comment with regard to what I guess the previous comments I had made. I never intended that the public hearing that might be held would be based on political matters. I do recognize that there's always politics in all the decisions that are made. What I meant was that there are often, applications that trigger more public input. And in the interest of the public, either council or staff may choose that an application, notwithstanding the bylaw, would still require a public hearing, just to clarify my earlier comments.
Yeah, that was my point I wanted to clarify. I know, and no staff member today has said that. It indicated. The interesting thing is been a lot of discussion today, and the last thing we want is to speed things up at the cost of excluding public hearing process. That's the last thing. We already know there's a number of steps required already, but that's the last thing we want to do. So, Mr. Mayor, whatever, I guess we can come up with a solution. I don't know if there'll be an actual solution, but whether a deferral or referral, I'm not sure, maybe deferral might be even better, to get down to where we're going, pandemic and otherwise. I just think this report is very important to really drill down and see what's the best steps forward for the Township of Langley. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Whitmarsh, is your hand still up from before? Okay, thanks. And I've got Councilor Richter waiting to do a motion, but Councilor Long for a second time. Did you have something to add to this discussion, or do you want to wait?
I'd rather say something before any motions are put forward, if you don't mind.
Sure,
Very,
yeah,
very,
second
very
time.
briefly,
Yep.
very briefly. Yeah, very briefly.
If you
I
don't
just-
mind, Councilor Richter, unless Councilor Richter is first, so if it's about the motion, I'll let Councilor Long speak, and then I'll go to you for the motion.
Yeah, as long as Councillor Long doesn't put a motion
No,
forward,
no,
so
no,
mine
I'm
is
going back
pulled
to
out
you.
of order.
I'm
Yeah,
going
I
back.
got a
He's
motion. I
not-
got two of them. No, I don't.
No.
No, I won't do that, Councilor Richter. Thank you. No, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things that I've heard. First of all, I'm sorry, Mr. Saifi. We all know where the politics start and end here, so don't worry. We're not we're not putting you in that realm. But I heard a few things here. First of all, how many years it does take to put an OCP together. Many OCPs have taken a number of years, and many applications come forward, even though they're consistent with the OCP. The proponent or the landowners may not have been here when those OCPs were done, and as Councillor Arneson has said, there have been changes. So I don't think that complying with the OCP automatically gets you a buy. So that's why, I do love public hearings. I think they're very good for the public to speak. So other councils have mentioned the same thing. But the other thing that concerned me that I heard is this is a way to speed it up. I can't see how this really would speed it up, would it? If it does, by how much? By a day or two, or half a week? Or because you're still going to have to take the submissions. In fact, I thought I heard that there was more notice required under this new bylaw. So I don't think, in my mind, I don't think it is speeding anything up. So I don't see that as a legitimate thing. And the final comment before any motions are made, I think it's important that there's consistency in the region. What are other local governments doing? Can staff answer that, Your Worship? Is there indication from other municipalities that this is being widely adopted in the region? Because, we don't want to have business done considerably different here in the township than it does elsewhere. And I think there should be some consistency, and we should know that if it's working or not. But thank you, Your Worship.
Mr. Steph, you aware of other municipalities with this? This legislation is fairly new, so I'm sure it's all new to everybody.
Yes, Your Worship, there are many other, I wouldn't say widely, but certainly there are some that we are aware of are working on the same path as we are.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. So, Councilor Richter, I'll turn it to you. I think you've heard a lot of the comments, and Mr. Backen perhaps has helped
Yeah.
you craft a motion of some sort. Thanks.
Yeah, but before I do, I just want to address some comments. I actually agree with Councillor Long at his point, which is in contradiction sort of to what Councillor Whitmarsh proposed, and that is, well, there's so much input on the OCP. Once the OCP is done, it should be fine. No, I agree with Councillor Long. It shouldn't be an automatic buy, because the people who have input on the OCP are the homeowners who want to sell and develop and get out. And what happens after an OCP is approved is that piecemeal development starts to come in, and that's when we learn about the problems with the OCP through things like not enough parking or not enough playgrounds or not enough schools. So the need for public input is absolutely crucial, because that's the front lines of who's living in that community at that time, and that's why they should be having input. I don't want to continue on with the COVID process. I'm not interested in continuing on with the COVID process. I actually want to bring public hearings back, which I think is what Councillor Arneson and Councillor Long want to do. But from my perspective, this all goes back to, we don't understand enough of what the impact and the effect of this proposed bylaw is going to do. So I would like to refer this proposed bylaw to a public or to a CPC meeting to discuss it in more detail. I mean, every single bylaw that comes in front of us lately, and just look at H1 on this agenda, the next bylaw, which is an official community plan amendment and rezoning application. Like, we don't have very many bylaws that come through that are actually consistent with the OCP, because the developers all want to amend the bylaws in order to put more density in. So
you moved it? Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm moving that we send this to CPC. I think council needs to understand the mechanics of how this is going to work, and also the impact of how it will work. And we don't understand it yet. I still don't understand it. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been moved. Is there a seconder? Councillor Arneson seconds. Thank you. I think we've had a pretty robust discussion. I haven't said too much. I just want to say I think that's a good place for it to go. There's no real emergency on this. We do have a process now. We still are in a pandemic, and certainly more time won't hurt, and then council can make those decisions as we move forward. So with that, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Woodward, Councillor Long opposed. It carries. Thank you. All right, we move on to bylaws for consideration at third reading. And H1 is official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100206, development permit applications number 101198 and 101290, Qualico Developments, bylaw 5747 and bylaw 5748. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Long moves it. Is there a seconder? Councillor Davis seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Arneson, Councillor Richter, Councillor Woodward opposed. The motion carries. And move on to, where are we now? H2, land use contract discharge and rezoning application number 10588, McTaff Properties Limited, that's on Glover Road, bylaw 5745 and 5746. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Davis moves and seconder. Councillor Long. Councillor Davis.
Yes.
I'll just wait for a second here. There we go.
Okay, thank you. I just would like to refer to the delegation. No, it wasn't a delegation. It was item 3 to Mayor and Council on December 13th by Glenn and Marion Smith. I believe he talked and on this issue, could be a simple issue, but could one thing that was clear to me is that by another person that spoke, the restrictions are not in the proposed, and it says no restrictions. No use shall be carried or wear as an injurious, offensive, or disagreeable noise or nuisance shall, or made by a occasional causing. I'm sorry. I'm trying to read what's there, but it's getting. I may be reading it too fast. But the problem that I see with this restriction covers quite a bit of it. Like this piece of property is right on the main railroad that goes right to Eastern Canada. It's on Glover Road, and if we have a company or something that changes there and they keep banging the piece of steel all night long, it's just there's houses right there. Why do we want to add more? But why can't I guess I want to put that in. The other thing is if we can, is it number 7? Oh heavens. Number 7, 10, and 11. Number 7, parking of commercial vehicles. It's restricted to come across that. It's the law. You cannot be over 7 meters. I forget exactly how long it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Don't quote me on it, but I know it's restricted because a dump truck came across and we had a big train wreck there a few years back. So they restricted the amount of how long the vehicle was to go across Glover Road. That even restricted my farm vehicles. Number 10, transportation and trucking terminal. Although we need a place to park trucks, I would question if that piece is the place that they should have land use for, because it's a goat trail. We had a truck went on 2 days ago, unload a load of hay, and he's a 53-foot step deck. And my son went down to unload him, and he couldn't get up the other end. It's a crazy little, and it's just up by Ellen World's area. And that's that's considered normal, is a 53-foot step deck. So to get trucks in and out of there, and again, the restriction, anyhow, and then warehousing. So Mayor Froese, could I put an amendment, or maybe not, maybe it's the wrong time to talk because we got to vote on it, but hear what everyone else says. But if we could carry on with it, but just restrict the restriction on the land use contract 31, so that it would eliminate any nuisance, so to speak, and to eliminate 7, 10, and 11.
Okay, maybe I'll ask Mr. Seffi if he can comment on that. I know there's certainly there are under the clerk's note. There's been some agreements on some of that, but I think some of it that you may be referring to may already be in use there, and would be kind of downzoning if we went the other way. But Mr.
Yeah,
Seffi
sure.
could explain.
Thank
and then
you.
I might
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to confirm what you said, Your Worship, just now, which has been reflected for Council's information as part of the clerk's notes, is the fact that based on the public hearing input that was received, an additional condition has been added. Now it's actually incorporated in the text, subject to Council's approval, prior to third reading, that this condition will be added and is being added. And that is exactly, as I said, in line or in response to the input of the public hearing, which discusses the matter of injurious, offensive, or disagreeable noises, nuisances, et cetera, that may occur. So notwithstanding our bylaw provisions, generally speaking, that preclude or prohibit such uses. We have strengthened our bylaw by having a covenant that the proponent will have to register on the title that prevents them from such uses. So that's been added in response to the public hearing. And then in response to the other issues that were raised by Councillor Davis, those were, I guess, matters that we did discuss with Council at time of first and second reading. And I guess to some extent, at least in my mind, I understood that maybe the issues had been addressed in terms of the assurance that staff gave Council that any application would still, any rezoning application that might I guess, get past third reading prior to final adoption will have to be approved by the province, who has jurisdiction over the highway, the Glover Road. And the other part of the condition, I think, is condition number 2, is the fact that prior to final reading, again, the applicant is required to undertake a traffic impact study which addresses the movements and the restrictions that Councillor Davis again referenced in terms of a certain length of a vehicle not being able to exit the site. Entering, I don't think, is an issue, as I recall. I haven't looked at it lately, but as I recall, it was the exiting that was an issue, not entrance, and those will remain in place. And any improvements that are triggered because of that restriction will have to be completed by the developer as part of this application before they can be granted final reading.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I just know, okay. Is that on page 20 of the new report, or the report that we got on Friday? Because I see that that the following uses be removed from the application. Number 9, light manufacturing, assembly, repair, finishing, and packaging the products, including the construction of trailers, campers, recreation, and commercial vehicles of modules. That one, I think, wasn't a problem, because that's what they're doing there now, like Mayor Froese had just commented. I'm not putting words in your mouth, sir, Mayor Froese, but so what you're telling me that is these have already been taken out, or are going to be? No, I'm sorry. Okay. Maybe run
it. Your Worship, sorry to interrupt, Councillor Davis. I didn't mean to interrupt your train of thought, but I noticed you were looking at me. And just to clarify, the history was Council referred the matter being the rezoning application, to staff to look at the implications in terms of removing some of the proposed uses. So staff looked at that in collaboration with legal counsel and provided counsel with some advice and some information. So the list of permitted uses has not been changed. What has been added is an additional condition that would require registration of a covenant that says that, notwithstanding our bylaws, the developer or the owners cannot conduct uses on the site that might result in any offensive odors, noises, dust, lighting, etc., etc.
So just the one restriction has been added to it.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. I'm just concerned that if we're just going to put that in, that we're going to have issues if this is a truck park. Parking of commercial vehicles, and I know that this can be picked apart and say, well, but parking of commercial vehicles, the way I think I understand it is that they could start parking a whole bunch of vehicles in there, and which we do need that in the Township of Langley, but that can turn out to be a real issue in that location. Or am I off track? Maybe that's a tough question to answer, I guess.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I know there's a requirement for a study because it is on adjacent to a provincial highway, so prior to 4.3, is that correct, Mr. Steffi? Yes.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Yeah, so that may address that.
But Your Worship, Mr. Steffi should elaborate again, because there's 2 levels of approvals that still have to come back that may encompass that, and that's the province for the highway, and I believe the rail company for the track.
That's correct, Your Worship. So there are, as Mr. Backen referenced, there are 2 levels of additional approvals that are necessary. One at the provincial level, and the other one because of the federal jurisdiction of rail corridors. It requires transportation, the utility or the rail company that operates that line to also endorse whatever uses are being proposed next to it. And what I was trying to say earlier, maybe not well, was that notwithstanding all of those requirements in terms of approvals, the proponent still is required to conduct a traffic impact study that demonstrates how they are going to be able to meet the other levels of government's approval requirements, and not just what is required, but also undertake to complete those works as well, such as improvements to the west of the site as opposed to at the crossing itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I'd like to move that we add number 7 in.
Number 7.
Yeah, this is
okay,
on the
yeah.
agenda, page 4, because it's under the clerk's note.
Is that,
So that's it's not in there right now. We need to add it in.
Okay.
And I would also like to ask a question. Can we add a C to number 7, which is that the property shall not be used primarily as a truck park?
just let me double check. If you can just hold that thought, Mr. Seffi. So is number 7, if this bylaw passes as it is without the amendment, is number 7, that point number 7, is that already included, or do we need the amendment?
It would be good to confirm that, Your Worship,
Okay,
just to clarify,
okay.
yes, to make sure the council's intent is to include that.
And on Councilor Richter's second point, primarily is a truck park, and there's the one side I know that, and I think Council understands that any commercial operation, pretty much everyone has to have some commercial truck parking along with their business. So I think what I think Council is concerned about is that it is primarily a truck park. So would it be appropriate to put in that language so that it's not primarily? We don't want to stop them from parking commercial trucks because it's necessary, but we don't want it as just a truck park, because there are. I think that's what Council is getting at. So
yeah. So C would be property not to be used primarily as a truck
commercial
park.
truck.
Commercial truck park. Yeah, good one.
And so, Mr. Seffi, if you just comment on that one. And then,
Thank you, Your Worship. So I guess it's another amendment, Your Worship, and that would be actually eliminating number 7 of the list of permitted uses, not conditions. Number 7 from the list of permitted uses, parking of commercial vehicles. I think that's the implication of what is being proposed.
I don't think so, Your Worship, because if we did do that, there would be no commercial vehicles. So if one's running a farm, they wouldn't be able to have commercial vehicles. I understand the intent to be not to be used primarily as a commercial truck park for such things, as an illustration, as transport trucks or gravel trucks. But if it was to be delivery trucks or storage vehicles for the business that's operating, that would be acceptable.
That's, I think, what Councilor Richter is getting at. So how do we put that in to this bylaw?
Your worship, then I'm suggesting that C, that it not be used primarily as a commercial truck park for such things as transport or gravel trucks.
Okay. Yeah, we can separate. So Councilor Richter, is that?
Yep, that's fine with me.
Okay. Okay, so it's been moved, second by Councilor Davis, and so there is a request to divide the motion. So if we can divide, we'll do 7A and B separately, and then 7C separately. Moved by Councilor Long, second for the division. Seconder, Councilor Arneson. All those in favor, just show of hands. Opposed, carried. Okay, thank you. So we'll start with 7A and B amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries unanimously. 7C. Anybody wish to speak to that? Okay. Councilor Long? Yeah. Councilor on 7C. Yeah, I'll get, yeah. Councilor Long. Well, Councilor Long's mic. Let me find it here. You're
Okay, yeah, well, I thought that we went out for a legal opinion on that and that commercial vehicle parking is allowed. So I'm concerned that this will change, although now you've added transport. So this, let's be clear on what C is, first of all, because originally it was trucks, which eliminated number 7, but I thought we got a legal opinion that 7 is allowed. But the actual proposal on C is not to say no commercial trucks, but to say no transport and no gravel trucks?
That's the movement, that's the direction we're moving in regards to, because as we understand it, we're not trying to prohibit commercial trucks, which is a permitted use now, but we're trying to actually regulate to ensure that it's not going to be an active truck park. What is an active truck park? It is usually set for such things as transport vehicles or for gravel trucks, and there may be others as examples, but that would mean, though, that if there were to be trucks parked ancillary or in relation to what their primary operation is, that would be acceptable, but not, if you will, spots for hire for trucks to be parked. I think that was the intention.
So I hear all that, but so are we sure that this wording is going to be legally applicable? Because, you know, I understand the concern for many on council about this, but I mean, we also have just discussed the fact that the province and somebody else, the railway, have to give approval on the, you know, entering and exiting to make sure it doesn't impede traffic and so forth. So I'm not sure why everyone's so, you know, I'm not as concerned, I guess, as others about parking trucks there if it's done properly. But I understand maybe we're not considering approving a truck park, although that's very needed in the region. So, Your Worship, I guess I'd like to hear the wording specifically on C, which we're voting on, then I can decide.
Your Worship, I'll give it a try. It's, first of all, to the question, then we'll come to the wording. The question is what is council's desire in terms of whether it should be restricted from commercial truck parks generally, which could include long-haul trucks, transport trucks and gravel trucks, versus making it something that is limited to uses related to the operator, I suppose. That's where we're trying to draw that distinction, and that's the difficult part. If that's correct, then it would be something along the lines of not used primarily as a commercial truck park for transport or gravel trucks.
And that's what we're voting on now.
That's correct. Okay, Councilor Whitmarsh?
Yes, thank you, Worship. Just for further clarification on that, does that suggest that they, on occasion, could have a gravel truck or a transport truck on an occasion? It's just that this should not be used as a car. Like, the emphasis to me seems it should be that this should not be used as a truck park, but to occasionally have one there that maybe is for the purpose of their business or something would not be in opposition to this statement.
I think that'd be correct, because the word also is primarily. So if there was to be some other uses, so if it was to have a truck there to be filling the site, that's a bad example because that requires a soil deposit permit, but something in between. We understand that the current operation and future operators are not intending to have truck parks, but they may wish to store some commercial vehicles there relative to their business or their ongoing activities. And so the word primarily becomes important then, because it demonstrates that it's not really intended to be commercial for hire truck park, but for the storage of things related to their commercial operations.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because you know, a lot of businesses have long haul, or what could be considered a long haul truck. You know, tractors pulling trailers. You have to run your business that way. So we don't want to prohibit this business from doing that. It's just that I think the intention is not to have. There's one at Bradner and Fraser Highway. It's a truck park. I think that's what we want to prohibit. That's people needing a place to park the truck while they're, in between loads and that sort of thing. So this would be consistent with that business. So if they do have tractors and trailers, that would be consistent with this business because is that correct, Mr. Bax? Yeah, okay. All right, I'll call the question on 7C. All those in favor? And opposed? Carries. We're back to the main motion as amended. We can go ahead. Still had Councillor Ferguson and then Councillor Kunst. Councillor Ferguson, you're on the list. You're fine. And Councillor Kunst, did you wish to speak?
No, my questions were answered. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I see no further discussion. I'll call the question on H2 as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Oh, Councillor Arneson opposed. Carries. Thank you. We move to bylaws for final adoption. And I1 is Langley Building Bylaw Amendment 2021, Bylaw 5753. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Whitmarsh, seconder. Councillor Davis, discussion. All those in favor? And opposed? Carries unanimously. I2 is 2022 Revenue Anticipation Borrowing Bylaw, number 5759. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor, who said that? I heard it. But Councillor Ferguson, or Councillor Davis moves it. Councillor Ferguson seconds it. I guess it echoes in here. I didn't throw all this plexiglass. I didn't hear who did it. All right, so moved and seconded. See no discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries unanimously. Motion to receive the correspondence, J1. Moved, Councillor Davis, second by Councillor Arneson. All, Councillor Richter, and then Councillor Long. Councillor Richter?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I want to put in an amendment on to J1. That's why I have my hand up.
J1.
Yeah,
Okay.
but we'll receive
Just
first.
receive. This
and
is
then-
deal with the receipt, and then we can
Yeah.
go back to, okay.
Okay.
Councillor Long is on receipt, so just on receipt.
the same thing.
Okay, we can go back to, okay. All right, call the question on receipt. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, Councillor Richter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move with respect to J1 and further that council call on the federal government to, number one, declare the overdose crisis a national public health emergency, and two, work with provinces to develop a comprehensive pan-Canadian plan for ending the overdose and drug poisoning crisis. So that is the taken directly from the paragraph 1, 2, 3, the fourth paragraph on J1 page 1. So
Okay.
it's not the whole motion that they gave us. It's just the therefore of the motion.
Yeah, I understand. So it's basically be resolved, and if I could add, be it resolved that Township of Langley Council request out of the government.
The federal government,
Federal
yes,
government,
that's fine.
Canada, to declare the overdose crisis a national public health emergency so that it's taken seriously and funded appropriately. Did you want that part in it, or just?
No, just to declare it a national public health
Emergency.
emergency. I would think that
Yes,
declaring
yeah,
a national public health emergency
Yeah.
means it is
yeah,
serious.
okay, fine. Just want to be clear
And
on the
two,
second part.
Yeah, and number two, work with provinces to develop a comprehensive pan-Canadian plan for ending the overdose and drug poisoning crisis.
Okay, thanks. That clears. So, and that the federal government work with the provinces. Thank you. All right, it's been seconded by Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Long, and then Councillor Marsh. Councillor Long.
Actually, I'm okay. I was going to try and suggest that we do something as well.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh. Yeah. Yes.
Magic Mike, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, I'm supportive of both of these. I appreciate the bit of the shortening of the resolution, but fully supportive of the way that they're coming, so I will be voting in favor.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. All right, move to K, minutes of committees. K1 is Recreation, Culture, and Parks Advisory Committee of December the 8th, the Seniors Advisory Committee of December 15th, and the Council Process Committee of December 20th. This is to adopt the minutes for those committees. adopt the minutes in the council process committee and receive the other minutes. Could I have a motion, please? Council Davis, second by Council Arneson. No questions. All those in favor? Opposed and carries. Thank you. K2 is a Recreation, Culture and Parks Advisory Committee recommended motion. And the motion is that council endorse the following committee members to the Museum Advisory Group as outlined in the Recreation, Culture and Parks Advisory Committee terms of reference. 8.4, appointing members to the museum. So it's Midori McMillan to your appointment and Kate Ludlam to your appointment. Moved by Council Ferguson, second by Council Woodward. No discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Carries unanimously. The Council Process Committee recommended motions that Council endorse the social sustainability strategy presented as Attachment A to this report, and further, that Council refer the 2022 budget deliberations consideration of annual operating funding to the amount of $50,000 to support implementation of the social sustainability strategy. Could I have a motion, please? Councilor Whitmarsh and Councilor Davis seconds. See no discussion. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Carries unanimously. Number 4 is a Council Process Committee recommended motion that Council receive and endorse the proposed amendments to the public art policy. Could I have a motion, please? Council Arneson and Councilor Davis seconds. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries unanimously. And number 5, Council Process Committee recommended motion that Council confirms the 2022 universal tax increase of 3%. That Council it says that Council resolved to direct staff to use the Restart Grant up to $7.608 thousand to reduce the universal tax rate for 2022. And Council resolved to direct staff to bring forward the 2022 universal utilities capital and capital carry forward budgets for further discussions. I would make a suggestion that Council, rather than resolve to direct staff to use the Restart Grant, that Council can direct staff to, or I guess that Council consider the use of the Restart Grant up to 7.6 million. So unless there's anybody wants to move anything else, but ask for a motion. Councilor Davis and a seconder. Councilor Whitmarsh. Discussion. Councilor Richter.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this for a number of different reasons, but just to go through some of them. This motion came to council on table on December 20th. And throughout 2021, council spent a great deal of time, including going through 19 notices of motion that I had put forward back in March and April with regards to amending the budget process. And I'm a little concerned that the budget process didn't start until December 20th, and that we're being asked to approve a tax increase without having had any information on the budget to refer. And also that, in effect, this kind of negates doing any more budget work for 2022. It's done. It's there. So I'm not supporting this motion. I think it was premature considering the anticipated changes to the budget process that council had contemplated throughout the year and through the workshops that we did with Dr. McIntosh. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I had a question through the staff before I sort of to Mr. Backen in regards to item number 2. Could you remind just council again where the 7.6 million, because I had thought very clearly that we had used that, a big portion of that had been used in the 2021 budget, yet it comes back in 2022.
That's correct. In the 2021, we anticipated we would be required to use it. I guess fortunately, we were in a position where we did not need to use it, so we're effectively rolling it over to 2022 and using that as the number to bring us back into balance, which, as we discussed, could lead to some challenges in 2023, but by that time, we're hopeful that the economy is returning and revenues would be returning as well.
Because I remember quite a bit of concern around reopening of the recreation facilities and consuming much of that 7.6, but that didn't happen.
That's correct, in part because of the public health orders, in part because of staffing levels, in part because of customer demand.
Okay, so I look forward to getting some more details on that as the budget process continues, but I'm gonna try to question here. If you look closely at section part number 1 of the motion, council confirms the 2022 universal tax increase of 3%. Part number 3, that council resolve, and I'll paraphrase, to get the rest of the budget. So we're confirming the tax increase prior to getting the budget. Is that correct?
Oh, your mic, Mr. There you go.
Thank you. That's effectively correct because the word is confirmed. Council has previously resolved to 3%. We're making sure the council is aware of that and simply remaining with that 3% at this point and directing us to prepare a budget that takes that into account.
Okay, so I'm gonna soften some of the language that we used at CPC before Christmas, and sort of just express concern about the fact that I believe, remind me on the timing, Mr. Bracken, if we can, the original 3% motion was in the summer of 2021, so 6 to 7, 8 months ago. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would have been done sort of in the idea that maybe that 7.6 had been consumed. There would have been concerns around and uncertainty about the length of the pandemic. I know people were quite positive at that time that the pandemic was in its final stages due to the vaccine. We understand that now not to be the case, potentially becoming endemic for a number of years. So I'm a little bit concerned that that 3% is premature prior to receiving the entire budget. I'm also just a bit concerned that the 3% was a concept and a target subject to getting the budget, as opposed to, I think what's happened now, which is we're getting the same budget we would have gotten otherwise, but now we're going to be using the 7.6 million to build in a permanent structural deficit heading into 2023 budget. Do I have any of that incorrect?
No, I think that's a good summary, and I think that's a good summary, and your answer may be that, again, the language be amended, that rather than confirm, the council consider. That would actually achieve the same thing in the first paragraph as the second.
Because I'm not sure how, and I think I expressed this before Christmas, I'm really not sure how we're discussing the percentage increase before receiving the entire budget. So I just still don't really see how that's happening. I thought we spent quite a bit of time talking about doing the process sooner, and here we are in January without the budget. And I think we also talked about how we talked about this in December, confirming it again here, that the 7.6 million is providing the ability to do the 3% universal increase, creating a structural deficit that is somehow going to get resolved when that money's gone now. I'm kind of reiterating myself in a different way, that by confirming this motion, we're essentially directing you to create a structural deficit of millions of dollars.
Partially, and I say partially only to the extent of, for this year, there would be that utilization of the grant to cover that deficit, with the hope, and that's not very strong, but the hope that revenues return in 2022 such that that gap becomes significantly narrower. To what extent, we just don't know.
Okay, so did I hear the word hope in there?
Seldom
Hope.
used in the township, yes.
That's, to me, not a budget process. Hope is not a budget process. So I know you're tongue-in-cheek, and I'll be tongue-in-cheek back, but so hope to me is not a budget process. So I think I'm bordering on labeling this almost irresponsible, to be directing you to come back with a structural deficit to kick to the next council for the sake of a 3%, rather than, which I think we discussed at the Macintosh sessions, was maybe embarking on a slightly different process to find the 3% by more traditional means, not a bailout from the province, which would be cutting projects, reducing service levels, or other items to get to 3% or manage a 3%, rather than a one-time bailout from the province. Again, do I have any of that wrong?
No, I think that's correct, but I'd have to add to it, at the Macintosh sessions, there was some fairly extensive discussions there and thereafter about either reducing service levels or reducing capital projects, and there was no motion as such, but there was the perception, the collective willingness was not to do so. Circumstances and council's discretion can certainly change that, but that's what makes the creation of a budget very challenging if you're going to continue with the same level of expenditures, and revenues are variable.
Yeah, so is it also true, because I do recall during the summer that the MPIs was quite a bit lower than it is today. So when we were discussing that back in the summer, there was an idea of what that municipal inflation was at, and it's quite a bit higher now, even 6 to 8 months later. Is that also true?
That's right, that's true.
Okay, so I think I'll wait for their comments, Mr. Mayor. I just do think that, subject to other input or a referral or some other amendments, I do find this to be bordering on irresponsible. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I agree with some of Councillor Woodward's comments. With respect to this, I'm just going to use a different way of expressing. He was very articulate about, the nature of putting a budget together. I consider this to be putting the cart before the horse, just because of the way that we've delayed getting the third quarter reporting in and finding out our financial status. I have to say how personally surprised I was to find out that we did not, in fact, use the $7.608 million for last year's budget. And I thought, how did I not know that that was the case? Maybe it's dereliction on my part, but I don't remember discussing that because my perception was that our budget last year was predicated on the use of that amount. But apparently we have it now. So my question is, and just another further comment, I understand why there was a desire to put in a 3% cap. I think that that was perceived to be a rational thing at that time in order to soften any kind of negative impact in terms of what the expectation was from our property taxes. However, I do recognize now, in hindsight, that it's very difficult to put that number out there and then after the fact try and figure out, well, what is it we've now determined that we need? Because, for example, when I look at what the language is here, it's saying that we, well, either consider or confirm the use of this monies and have the universal tax at 3%. Well, what about less? What if we could actually get away with less? I guess what you're suggesting, we've already predetermined in order to keep up the services that we have in operational interests that we predicated on, running our community, that in fact this would be a way to resolve the problem. But absent all the other budget information, I've never come across this method of trying to figure out how to do a budget rather than looking at all the different departments and the prioritization. So I'm struggling with the fact that I want to have some certainty, but I think this is, as I say, putting the cart before the horse, and that I can't really say that yes to this as a proposition until I have more budget information, because I don't know what all the particulars are. For example, where was that money to have gone from the restart, and how did we manage? I would be very interested to know how we managed. I'm happy that we did that because now we've got money that I didn't know we had. But anyway, so I'm sort of rambling on, but I do feel that I'm happy to have another budget meeting as soon as possible to discuss this. And I don't know, maybe what we could do today is just receive this information, moderate the language somewhat, but then have a structural conversation about what this looks like before we actually put those words around it that we're endorsing this as a proposition. Because we've already gone this far into January, I think it would be very prudent for us to have that conversation before we're finalizing this is a framework that we're going with. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Whitmarsh, I actually did put my name down here for the next speaker. I do want to make a few comments on the budget process. I know Council, it's my 11th budget, and I know there's members of Council here have done many more than that, and some have done fewer, but we're all in this game together and doing budgets, and every year I hear how do we improve our budget process, and heard it loud and clear this year, and Dr. McIntosh came in and provided several sessions as we worked through some preliminary, not necessarily budget numbers, but preliminary information and direction for staff on where we wanted to go. One of the things that came out of it was the motion of, 3% is a number. I heard many times, why don't we just give staff the number? They should be able to bring back a budget, and Council did that, and I think it was unanimous, I'm not sure, where we said, yeah, let's do a 3% budget. And I think staff were very responsible in coming back to Council with saying, yeah, we heard loud and clear you want 3%. Staff have provided us with opportunities for discussion, as we said, way back in the summer on our budget. So this process has changed, and certainly it's always evolving, and I think staff are always looking for ways to respond to council's wishes to improve the budgeting process, and I really want to applaud them for the work that they've done this year. And I find it is responsible that they're checking in with us, and this is a check-in. This council said 3% or MPI, whichever is lower. Staff have responded to that and brought it back to us. And now we're debating whether we want that or not. Mr. Backen has thrown out the suggestion that council could consider 3%, and that still leaves it open for discussion, but I haven't heard any motions to amend that. And I'm pleasantly surprised that staff have come back and said there's $7.6 million that of the COVID restart grant response money that the province has provided us that we still have the opportunity to use. So I'm pleasantly surprised that's there, and it was there put in place by the province to assist municipalities in this difficult time. And I know Mr. Backen, through his leadership to our staff, have worked very hard to ensure that we keep our books in the black and not in the red through this whole COVID time, and it hasn't been easy, and I know council's been walking that walk along with staff all the way through. So certainly there can be more discussion, but I am pleasantly surprised, and I want to applaud staff for responding to council's requests and bringing this back. And we can still, this is a check-in, and council can say yes or no, and we can go back to more discussions, but I just want to ensure that staff hear my comments, that I do appreciate the work that they've done. And I would be supportive of this, because I do support what council did say back in summer. Councilor Whitmarsh.
Thank you. So, it was back in June, I think. I can't remember the exact meeting it was, but that we made the decision as a council to approve or go along with the idea of a 3% increase. This isn't something that I would normally do 6 and 8 months out of budget time. When I would suggest a number and just pick it, it seemed a little bit, random, a random number to choose. But, at the time when it first came out, I probably wasn't that supportive of the idea of it. But as we talked and as we had discussions as council, it became clear to me that we are in the middle of a pandemic, and this is really a pandemic budget. And I was compelled by the discussion around providing for our citizens a level of commitment of what a tax increase could look like during a pandemic year. And so I was compelled by that, and so I did support the 3% increase at a maximum, or a maximum increase of 3%. Again, this is my 7th or 8th budget coming forward, and I would not normally have done that, but under the conditions, I decided that made sense to me. And so really, this 3% didn't come from staff. This 3% came from this council, and it was a motion made at the council table, and this council supported it. So this isn't a surprise. This isn't coming randomly from staff. This is coming from council, who decided that 3% in light of a pandemic would be a good thing to offer to our community to provide that level of security, particularly when a lot of people have lost their jobs and a lot of people are facing financial difficulties. So 3% was seen as this maximum. And obviously we would have experienced a very difficult budget process had we not had the restart grant that was available to us. And I was, just like all members of council, surprised to know that we had as much as we did for this year. But it is meant to be a money from the government to help us during this pandemic. So that's what it's for. It's for us to get through the pandemic time, and we are still in the middle of that. We still don't have the revenues that we would have had normally. So this will help us to do that and keep the 3% commitment that we made 6 months ago to our community, that we would not increase property taxes beyond that. And again, I was supportive of it at the time, and I would stand by it today. Not to say that from now on am I interested in picking a number 6 months out every year, but I am supportive of continuing with it today. Staff are just checking in. They're not telling us what we should do. They're simply asking us if we want to continue to do what we agreed to do 6 months ago. and if we've changed our mind or not. And I haven't changed my mind at this point. And, you know, we did make an adjustment that we don't have to use all of the $7.6 million in the restart. It's why it says up to. So there's the possibility it could be less. And I would hope that maybe through some good discussions that staff can have around with each other, that maybe we can come in and maybe even save some of that for the 2023 year, which will be on the tail end of a pandemic or maybe still in it. We don't know. And maybe we don't have to use all of it, but this just simply allows us to say we could use up to, maybe we use 4 million or 5 million of it. Maybe we keep some over for 2023, and that would be awesome if we could. So I am supportive of us moving forward in this. I don't think we should change at this point, change what council wanted to do 6 months later. So I will support this at this point today.
Thank you. Councillor Long?
Yeah, well, I
yeah,
wasn't, am I okay?
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead,
wasn't
yeah.
one that agreed with the 3%, but it was, that was a while ago, and the MPI was different then. It's been brought up too, so there would, certainly everything, you know, has changed considerably. So, Your Worship, for me to support this, I didn't support the 3%, but I could consider it. So can I propose an amendment? You might want to hold until others have spoken, but I mean, we have to move forward. I guess you could look at this motion the way it's worded, that we've approved the budget and that's the end of it, but that is not the case. We still have lots of work to do. But staff are looking for some confirmation. Council is considering amongst itself which direction we want to head in. So if we can soften it up by removing the first confirms to consider, I might be able to support that. But if I don't, I can't, because I didn't support it in the beginning. Because how can you say 3% when we haven't even seen the budget? We don't know what's going to happen. And look what's happening all the time. Things are changing. And in the second paragraph, I think there was a consideration being to add consider in there as well. So direct staff to consider using
That's already in the
up
motion.
to. The consider's already in now?
Yeah, we moved it with the word consider, not direct.
Oh, okay, so that one's done then. So the only other consider we haven't considered is the consider in the first one. So
To be considered. Okay, I'll
we
come
could
back.
put consider, because how can you confirm it, really? I mean, this is what the discussion's on about now. You can't say, if you're going to say it's 3%, then, you know, I guess we're done. And hopefully it will be, and possibly it could be less. But I think we need to complete the process, and so by saying confirm is a little bit premature. So I would be happy to support consider.
I'll come back to you after
Okay.
that. Councillor Ferguson. Just give us a-
First question, we required by law, we cannot have a deficit. Is that correct, through the chair?
That's correct. We must have a balanced budget, but we can use reserves and surpluses to balance.
But not operating.
We can't run a deficit that's unfunded.
That's right. So, I mean, I think we're required, different than federal and provincial, we're required to run a balanced budget without running into a deficit, and that's a challenge. I think maybe it's probably the right thing to do. Okay, so obviously, I want to say that I respect all the work the staff has done, and they're always readily available to answer questions, provide information, documents, sometimes queries or accounting principles where required. My concern at the last CPC, and I appreciate the comments that Councillor Long made, because you know, what direction are we going in, and why is this in front of us, and why items 1, the 3%, 2, the consideration of the restart, and number 3, the where's the capital and the rest of the budget. So that's exactly what has been said. And so therefore, last meeting, the CPC, I said to council, gee, doesn't really make sense to go forward with a motion. In past times, and maybe there might be something for folks to consider in the future, there was something called a finance committee of council, where the chair of the finance committee, and not the mayor, sometimes it could be the mayor, would be responsible for getting the councillors together and with the staff and come up with a recommendation to council indicating the TOL, the tax increases, the utility increases, the capital and carry forwards, the police and fire, and it would be presented to council in a motion, and the council of the day would vote on that according and to a tax increase. And what we did, and that would be in front of an open council, which is today. We're in front of a council. This didn't happen at a council process committee. Yeah, I was just odd that we actually voted on something to come forward. I thought there would be some more time for us to look at what would come forward, and we had discussions about what the budget would be for 2022. That's what I had thought, and so therefore I didn't support this coming forward. I just think it's already been said today already by most council members, we need more information. We need the 2022 universal utilities capital and capital carry forward. We need that. We need, so they're surprised, every single speaker has said they're surprised about the 7.6 million. Every single speaker, including myself, but I was surprised last time, of course. And then, of course, another councillor said, so what about the 3%? So we understand the 3% came from a motion in the summer that related to municipal price index, and that was the 3% at the time. So I think there's some confusion and surprise, but I'm not putting fault on staff, because I think we as a council have to take responsibility for our own actions. So that's where I am right now. I'm waiting to see number 3, more than anything else, to review more of the budget, and other members of council said as well, is perhaps we need another budget meeting just to sort through this and come up with some of the other items in our budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. I'll be kind of brief. I maybe don't have so many questions as I have. I think I can kind of remember the meeting. I think we all voted for it. I don't know if that's maybe a question or not. No, we didn't? Okay. But my idea of making a budget, everything moves. Mayor Froese, you said we've done 11. I've been sitting with you, I think it's only 10.
That's our 11th.
Oh, it is 11. I'm sorry, I apologize. I guess I've been making a budget for a long time with my dad and mom, and it went a heck of a lot easier when it just became with dad, and it's a lot easier when it's just me. And the reason I say it that way is because, is this a budget that, I believe there's an issue here. Is this a council's budget or is this a staff's budget? Because all of a sudden we say, well, we want to go ahead with the budget. Staff, they fly into action. They put up, there's a moving target. Well, not necessarily, there's certain things that are there. The more budget you make, the easier it gets. Well, if you can predict the future, but you can't predict the future. So I don't know if I want to. I want to vote this to move on, because if we've said, hey, at 3%, and that seems to be low. I wouldn't go with the average, because the last year I know we've had a couple really low budgets, but at 3% is actually kind of below the average, I think, if you look at Surrey's and all those budgets. Anyhow, the question or a comment maybe that staff resolved to direct staff to use the restart grant of up to, that's a tool in the toolbox. We don't have to use it, but let's use it. It may not be there next year. We didn't use it last year, so maybe, anyhow, I guess, where I sit here is we're going to move on, because we're going to, as a council, we need, if we want this to be a council-driven budget, then us as council members have to put in so that we don't just make staff slam the brakes on and say, oh, okay, everything changes, because that can, anyhow, I move on here. I think that I have the ability to vote against this in the future, but if we don't, yeah, I just don't like this. we said, you said, and we said. I don't want to have an argument here because it's extremely hard to balance a budget, but it can be real easy if nothing moves. Just bear that in mind. Anyhow, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, I guess I'm pretty surprised at some of the things that I'm hearing. And it's only been 3 budgets for me, but I don't think it really matters. I remember what we all said when we were in some discussions with Dr. McIntosh, and we had hours and hours of discussing, this process. And now to sort of suggest that somehow staff was not directed to do a 3% budget. Maybe I'm misunderstanding a whole lot of people here, but I recall that we directed staff to come up with a 3%, and so I guess I'm a little surprised about that. So those are my comments. I am going to support that we move ahead, just as Councillor David suggested. Let's just move forward, and I mean, I'm sure we still have lots to talk about as to what will be in that budget, but at least we have some indication of what that number is going to be, which isn't really any whole lot different than it was the last few years. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm not using my second opportunity to speak to the main motion. I just want to move division to vote on each clause separately, if we may.
Certainly. Moved by Councillor Woodward. Is there a seconder for division? Councillor Arneson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay.
Thank you.
We'll carry on. Did you wish to speak?
I'll save it for a few moments from now.
Okay. Because I'll go with the next speaker and I'll come right back to you. Okay. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, and I appreciate what's been said here about the 3%, because we did do a lot of discussion around that it was actually July the 12th. But part of the other thing that we did discuss through the whole budget reform or review sessions was that we would do the process differently, that we would have the budget essentially completed by December. What I'm objecting to here is we didn't start the budget until December 20th. And not only did we not start the budget until December 20th, but the budget discussion actually commenced at 10:20 a.m. on December 20th. And the slides pertaining to this budget discussion were circulated to council at 10:25 a.m. Councillor Davis raised the comment of, is this a council budget or a staff budget? I think one of the agreements that we came to through our work with Dr. McIntosh is council has to be invested in this budget. Well, I'm sorry, I have difficulty being invested in a budget where I don't get the slides until after the presentation has started. And, I don't object to the 3%. In fact, we know more than we did in July, but I still think 3% is achievable. We may have to look at cuts, and yet each council meeting we go through, we keep adding items on. We just passed a motion to add another $50,000 into the budget for the sustainability program. Like, we keep adding money without understanding that, as Councillor Davis said, budget is about balance. You can't keep adding in without being prepared to take things away. And I'm okay with the 3%. I'm not okay with how the process has been handled to this point in time, because I don't see any significant change in the approach that we're taking to it. Here we are yet again, it's January. They want to get the budget finalized by March. We're going to have all kinds of workshops. We're probably going to have to go through line by line on the budget. That was not the intent of the budget reform that we talked about. So I agree with those members of council that are saying we need to move forward with the 3%. I don't know about the other members of council, but my property assessment went up significantly. It went up $500,000 this year. That's going to impact my tax load. How many other people in this community are going to end up with a huge tax load simply because their assessed property values went up so high to the point now where the provincial government is saying, okay, we're going to up the limit so you can still get your homeowner's grant. Instead of at 1.6 million, you're going to go to 1.9 million to get your homeowner's grant. Like, we are in an inflationary period, but an inflationary period also means the need for us to tighten our belts. And I don't see that we've done the work on tightening our belts at this point in time. So those are my comments. Like I say, I'm disappointed in the process, and I think we could have done it better. We should have done it better, but it is what it is. We're now in January. We have to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh. You have a point of order? Okay.
Yes, but I wanted to bring that point of order to you.
Do you have 5 minutes? Maybe we can wrap this up at 5?
I'll probably need more than 5 minutes, but
No, but right now, do you have 5 minutes? We might be able to wrap this up.
Oh, you think you'll be done in 5 minutes?
Well, we'll see how quick people can speak.
Okay, I'll let you go.
Give us a couple minutes. Okay.
See me head out the
I know
door.
you gotta
You'll
go.
know where I'm going.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks. Councillor Whitmarsh, make it quick. Now we're gonna
Well,
pour the coals to it.
I think we've had division. I think we should be discussing each one of these individually. I think the process can always get better. I think we've made some improvements this year. We'll continue to make improvements on the budget, but let's focus on the 3 items that are in front of us, and that's where I'm at. And I will support the 3%.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, well, I don't want to be a stick in the mud here, slowing things down, but it's been stated here a couple times that, council confirms the 2022 universal tax increase of 3%. The motion from July 12th was actually that attached to it, whichever is, unless exceptional circumstances warrant a change, and that such a change is justified by a detailed business case. That seems to have disappeared here. And it's not a 3% budget if it's got millions and millions of structural deficit embedded into it from a provincial bailout. So how many of the 7.6 million is being put towards COVID-related issues that may resolve itself versus other expenditures that we just don't want to raise taxes for? So I think without that answer, without having the budget in front of us, how we're possibly dismissing the July 12th direction and shortening it to just 3% is going to be 3% because we have millions in provincial money apparently on the table. This direction from July doesn't seem to apply anymore, which is why I supported it, unless exceptional circumstances warrant a change. Well, maybe there are exceptional circumstances that warrant a change, but that's, how do you review and discuss that until you have the budget? So I find it irresponsible of council to be directing a 3% without having the budget in front of us, like without having number 3. Like maybe I haven't done 10 budgets or 11 budgets, only done 3, but I don't remember being asked to support a tax increase prior to having the budget. I don't remember that. Maybe that happened in the last couple of budgets before my time, but that's certainly something different than what I've experienced, being asked to support 3%, regardless of exceptional circumstances, which was what the summer motion was. Now all of a sudden being asked to support 3%, not having the budget. So I think I just don't see why we're doing it, why it's necessary to do it this way, why we wouldn't have done it like we've done in other years, which is get the information in number 3 and then see what the tax increase is going to be and what services are going to be provided and how much of that COVID money is potentially going to be used or not used. Just directing 3% to staff to go and create that is what's irresponsible. Not staff aren't irresponsible. I think it's irresponsible to direct staff to do that without us even having the information, which is not what we passed in July, subject to exceptional circumstances, which how would I know what they are if I don't even have the numbers? So I don't support what we're doing, but I'll consider using the restart grant, and of course I want the rest of the budget. So I guess we'll just continue this process, which to me is no process at all. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councillor Long.
Real quickly, to meet the deadline, how about we change that word confirm to consider?
Okay,
Because
do you want to
that
make
does
a
it.
motion, the amendment? Is
Yeah,
there
it
a
does it.
seconder to the amendment? Councillor Whitmarsh. On the amendment, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. So I'll start with the first part, that council consider the 2022 universal tax increase of 3%. That's amended. All those in favor? Opposed? I got to read. Councilor Arneson, Councilor Ferguson, Councilor Woodward, and Councilor Richter opposed. That carries. And this third paragraph, all those in favor? Oh, second paragraph, sorry. I'm jumping ahead. I'm so fast. Second paragraph, all those in favor? And opposed? Councilor Richter opposed. Carries. Third paragraph, all those in favor? Opposed? Carries unanimously. And
Move a recess?
yeah, I'll declare a recess for 5 minutes. Come back at 3:25. I know Councilor Ferguson has another matter he's to attend to, and then he's going to miss the year in review. But I'll send you the tape. Okay.
You may not miss it at all.
regular meeting of Township of Langley Council. And before we move on to the term and review report, I've conferred with staff, and as has been traditional, and the last time we had a CPC meeting and did some council discussions, but we have an opportunity on Monday the 17th, so we'll start with the CPC for the first 4 hours, and the last 2 hours will be a special meeting of council for the purpose of budget discussions. Mr. Backen, did you want to weigh into that?
Just to indicate that we're going to start as we traditionally have done, which will be with the capital items. So we'll be circulating that later this week, so council can have that to review for Monday for the slot 1:30 to 3:30.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so with that, I'm now going to do some magic here and share my screen. Everything worked well when I practiced it. There we go. And I just want to welcome everyone back. I hope everyone enjoyed their Christmas break and had a good time with their friends and their family. And came, after we had a little bit of snow and certainly as a white Christmas, which is fun for the kids, and then we had to drive in it, and that wasn't so much fun. And I know our staff did an excellent job in working hard overtime through the holidays to keep the roads open and do the best that they could. And I know it was challenging as the snow came, and then it went, and then it came again, and it's just the way it works down here in the coast. So I hope throughout all of that you had a good time, and I'm glad that we're back in session. In January 2021, it started with all of us wondering what another year of COVID would look like. And thankfully, the vaccine arrived, and most of us were double vaxxed by last summer. To date, over 78% of British Columbians have now been fully vaccinated. Although 2021 was a challenging year for everyone, we're pleased with the accomplishments that occurred over the year. And I know we are still working through the COVID, and I don't think anybody knows how this is going to go, but we're certainly hopeful that we're starting to see the beginning of the end. So I'm going to go through just some very few highlights over the year. This is not a term review, this is a year review. On July 9th, the federal government announced $1.3 billion funding for the Surrey-Langley SkyTrain. This is a huge accomplishment by the Mayor's Council. I've been pushing for rail for the Langleys for several years, and I know others on council certainly have been looking to get rail into Langley and other municipalities around us. City of Langley and the City of Surrey is certainly wanting rail. And the vision for the Mayor's Council of TransLink includes the whole region. And I'm thankful to my fellow mayors, such as the chair of the Mayor's Council, Jonathan Cote, as well as Prime Minister Trudeau, Premier Horgan, and the MLAs, MPs, and staff who pushed the project forward. For 5 consecutive years, Metro Vancouver was among the top regions in all of North America for ridership growth, and we consider TransLink as a star. Then COVID hit, of course, and ridership dropped, but it is coming back, and we still have to build for the future. We still have to ensure that our residents can get to where they need to go through really good, accessible transportation. Infrastructure continues with widening of a total of 10 kilometers at Highway 1 between 216th and 264th Street. These upgrades will help ease congestion, support our transportation network, and make it safer and easier for people and goods to move throughout our busy, growing region. So just, some highlights in the project. There'll be HOV lanes in the median between 216 and 264th. There'll be a new crossing at Glover Road, which will include a dedicated 2.5 meter wide cycling lanes on either side, and a separate 2 meter wide sidewalk. Reconfiguration of the existing 232 Street interchange and replacement of the existing crossing, replacing the existing rail crossing immediately east of Glover Road. Preliminary construction works began in the spring of 2021. Detailed design to be completed early in 2022. Construction will begin in 2022 with completion a date targeted for 2025. So certainly anybody who drives that route will welcome some improvements, and especially getting some HOV lanes, and then connecting our communities. Yeah, and then talking of infrastructure, we're also taking the lead in our commitment to increase electric vehicle charging infrastructure. And last May, we completed the largest ever expansion of electric vehicle charging infrastructure. The investment will accelerate progress in the township's climate action strategy. So plugging in one of our fleet, and our fleet of electric cars is growing. I had the opportunity to drive one or ride in one not too long ago, and it's pretty impressive, and as we continue to evolve our fleet. And some good news. Mr. Sheetmaker is here. I know he's quite pleased about this initiative. I know a whole team worked on this. We continue to be innovative. The Township of Langley has been named a Smart 21 community. Entries were worldwide, and we're one of the top 21 intelligent communities. Based on 6 critical factors. It's how we connect, work, innovate, engage, include, and sustain. The data was reviewed by a global team of analysts, and the Smart 21 designation points to communities' competitiveness in economic, social, and cultural terms. The Township's ICF Smart 21 application showcased several of the municipality's many different strategic initiatives, including its sustainability charter, agriculture viability strategy, public engagement charter, and the climate action strategy. It also recognized the work of other community stakeholders like the Fraser Valley Regional Library and School District 35. The information was compiled in a successful submission developed by the Township's Economic Investment and Development Department. Being showcased as a Smart 21 intelligent community recognizes the truly amazing framework of guiding documents that has been developed over the years by Township staff with the support of Council. Staying local, our shopping habits and behavior has changed with ever-increasing expectations for online shopping convenience that equally meet consumer health and safety, social, and environmental values. To help businesses in the Township continue to thrive, new practical resources are now available free of charge to support business resilience and growth. These tools are online at the Township website at invest.tol.ca/resilience. And certainly great work is being done to support our businesses, and especially during COVID times. I think all the support they can get is greatly appreciated. We received $500,000 of local government development approvals grant funding from the Provincial Ministry of Municipal Affairs. The funding will support the Township's transition to an online development application process. The Mayor's Standing Committee was established to review and identify opportunities to improve the Township's development approval process. The committee worked to examine and make recommendations to improve the current system. The committee found improvements could be made when it came to resources for staff, streamlined processes, updated policies, and a focus on innovation. And the recommendations were presented to Council with their support. Staff have been working very diligently moving forward our process on development applications. Funding will help the Township act on some of the suggested improvements through new software, with the application process moving to an online system. Applicants and staff benefit from digital submission and payment tools, workflow and application status updates, and the ability to respond to requests for additional information through the software. Finding new techniques to increase efficiency facilitates better communication and helps us move forward to more innovative community planning and development effort. In February 2021, the BC Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sports announced that the Township will receive $711,354 in community economic recovery infrastructure funding for the new Arts, Culture and Heritage facility, Salishan Place by the river. The funding supports economic resilience, tourism, heritage, and urban rural economic development projects in communities impacted by COVID-19. The groundbreaking and blessing by the First Nations for the new Salishan Place was September 11th. Kwantlen and Musqueam First Nation councils celebrated the project with the special place. The facility is being developed in partnership with the Kwantlen First Nation and in collaboration with the Katzie, Musqueam, and Semiahmoo First Nations, on whose traditional territories the Township was established. This has been a dream shared by community members for many years. The current visioning of the facility and our partners allows us to grow and strengthen our relationships. This important collaborative project will produce a more inclusive space within which we can share all of our stories. The ties between First Nations, these lands, and the Fraser River is deserving of respect and recognition. Additional funding was received from the Langley Heritage Society, and they will be sponsoring classroom spaces at Salishan Place. The sponsorship will benefit all ages using the new facility when it opens in 2023. The $60,000 gift will help equip and furnish classrooms, making them dynamic and creative learning environments for children. The museum school programs reach approximately 30,000 students annually, and with additional funding, this number will increase significantly. And a new garden of native and drought-tolerant plants will be at Salishan Place, thanks to Frybee and their generous donation of $70,000. And Aldergrove Champs Fresh Farms donated $100,000 to build an amphitheater at Salishan Place. The outdoor open-air amphitheater will be an 8-tiered, grass-covered auditorium on the south hillside of the new facility. Additionally, the amphitheater will be used as one of the stage areas for local festivals held regularly in Fort Langley. So thank you to our generous community, business community, and sponsors. On September the 30th was our first annual National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, a time to recognize, reflect, and commemorate the long-standing efforts of the residential school system on Indigenous, Inuit, and Métis family and communities. Long-standing effects, I should say. A day for redress, a day for thoughtfulness and openness to change. Last April, the Walnut Grove Community Center was renamed the Dean Drysdale Library. The library in the community center was renamed the Dean Drysdale Library in memory of the longtime Langley resident, former member of council, professor, military officer, and successful local businessman. Dean passed away on August 11th, 2019. Grant Ward, former councillor, retired RCMP member, recreational pilot, and community volunteer, and he chaired the Canada Day celebrations, which are held at the airport for many years, passed away in September the 20th, 2020. The Langley Regional Airport Park has been renamed in his honor. Our recreation center, the W.C. Blair Pool, constructed in 1986, has seen significant investments over the past 5 years. Improving W.C. Blair Recreation Center has been done through renovation and retrofits projects to serve the growing community in the Township of Langley. With the award of a federal grant through the Investing in Canada infrastructure programs, the township will be able to double the area of the fitness center and add a much-desired steam room. The announcement for $400,000 was part of a grant slated for just over $2 million in total. Township of Langley Council adopted changes to the tree protection bylaw on July 26, 2021. The changes strive to balance the needs for streamlined bylaw implementation while maximizing tree protection and preservation. For the complete list of amendments, visit the website at tol.ca. The third annual Mayor's Gala was held September the 25th at Building B at the Langley Event Center. Although fewer attendees this year due to COVID-19, the funds raised were once again exceptional. $600,000 was raised by this community, with proceeds going to the Langley Hospital and the Firefighters School District 35 snack program. I'd like to thank everyone who gave so generously. Your efforts make a difference. And I'd like to thank the Township of Langley Firefighters Charitable Society for their partnership and participation. I'd also like to thank Council for their support in putting on this event annually. And I know we had to skip last year, but to see it come back in somewhat of a smaller venue with fewer people there because of COVID, it was a success. And I know the amount of charity and giving that this community has. Our residents and council had a challenging 2021 with COVID-19, extreme heat in June. We witnessed wildfires and floods that destroyed communities, and most recently snow, a lot of snow. I want to thank all of you for your efforts to ensure the township remained intact and for neighbors helping neighbors. As I mentioned earlier, our staff did an excellent job mitigating issues and keeping council and residents informed, often minute by minute. I'd like to thank council for their work throughout the year in working for our residents in the Township of Langley to ensure that services are provided and supporting staff as they carry out the work that needs to be done. So I'd like to thank everyone and also wish you the very best for 2021. Thank you. Thank you. Now I have to learn how to stop sharing. There you go. Okay, so that's my year in review report. If any member of council would like to add anything, certainly leave it to them. If not, I think we will move on. I'll just get back to my agenda. Seems we do a lot in the year, and it's hard to capture it in a small presentation, the work that goes on, but I think some of those highlights, it's kind of nice to see the support that we're getting from other levels of government. We tend to forget how much we rely on that. Okay, so Metro Vancouver and other regional committees, I think over the Christmas break, not too much happened. We also took a break, and meetings I know are starting up for Councillor Richter and Councillor Long, Councillor Arneson, and Councillor Ferguson will be hard at work again representing us at the Metro Vancouver level. And I know there's lots of work ahead as we move to complete Transport 2050 at TransLink and also Metro 2050 at the Metro Vancouver, the updated regional growth strategy. So now we move on to N, which is items from prior meetings. The following item was deferred at the December 13th, 2021 regular council meeting. And this is the Aldergrove Gateway Project pre-approvals. And so this motion, I've got a note from the clerk. It does not need to be moved and seconded. It was deferred after it was moved. So it is live and on the floor. And I have no idea what the speaking order was, but we will start again. And with a new speaking list, if anybody wishes to have anything more to say about this. Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was very appreciative to get the feedback from residents in Aldergrove over the past week or so. And I just want to note that I think they're making their preferences quite clear, and that is that the community wants expanded indoor facilities, especially for youth and especially at the ACUCC location. So I am not going to support this project pre-approval. I don't think it's what the community specifically wants at this particular point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Thank you. So I've also, I think as most members of council have received lots of information and feedback from the public. Certainly the information that I received, I would say is probably about 50-50. And probably some are very supportive and wanting this project as proposed here, and others have mentioned indoor space, maybe indoor activity space in addition or rather than this project. So for me, the information I've received has been about 50-50. But very helpful information, and it's very helpful to know that residents certainly in Aldergrove are interested in what happens in that location. So I guess it's interesting to me how, this has sort of become a discussion around indoor space versus outdoor space, and yet I'm not sure that it has to be an either or. I'm not sure that it was intended that it would be that. And maybe I have a question through your worship to staff, and I'm not sure who the best is to answer it, but well, maybe Mr. Back can decide who's best to answer it. But I guess what I'm wondering is that with this land and looking at this, the Aldergrove Gateway project, I'm wondering if there was down the road some interest in indoor expansion, and residents have mentioned things like multi-purpose centers or indoor gymnasium. If there was a desire to do that, does this project in any way impede that from actually happening? In other words, if this project was to go ahead, is there still the space, if we wanted to do down the road, some kind of indoor expansion of the ACUCC, gym, multi-purpose center, either in that location or another place around the ACUCC? Does this in any way prevent that from happening? I guess that's my first question.
Mr. Packin?
Your worship, as a matter of practicality, no, but hearing the council's comments from the last meeting, staff have been challenged to figure out if there's any way we can still utilize the funds for a purpose that would be, I guess, multifaceted, that is to preserve our options. And Mr. Seppi, perhaps you can provide an update in terms of either the amounts we think that would be necessary for any particular purpose, and as well any options that may exist.
Your worship, I guess the question or the point of the report in front of council was really, as Councillor Whitmarsh just referenced, the potential, I guess, acquisition or potential taking advantage of external funding opportunity. That was the driver, if you will, for the report and the application. As discussed previously, the federal government through stimulus funding has made, I think, $500 million available, and staff was simply trying to take advantage of that. Now, having heard the discussions at the last meeting, staff is pleased to have the added opportunity to have more reflection and discussion, and is able to confirm to council that approximately 50% of the costs we anticipate are going to be needed regardless of what option we proceed with or what option council chooses to proceed with. Again, as previously referenced or as previously discussed with council, there is a requirement, there are many conditions. One of those conditions is that 50% of the funds be expended by March. Now, I think one question for council to keep in mind is the temporary conditions at the site council may wish to see and remain. And the other, I guess, corollary part of that is the demolition of buildings that are there will, I guess, have to be considered regardless of the option. So that's part of the costs that we can take advantage of through the external funding to have, I guess, 75% of the cost being shared. The other part of the costs that will be there regardless of the option will be the underground utilities and servicing provisions. Now, there is some, I guess, fine-tuning of the services that will need to occur, but essentially the major costs will be there regardless of the option. So one option for council to keep in mind would be to direct staff to proceed with the grant application, keeping in mind the need for us to proceed with some costs or expenditure of costs in the meantime on a fairly rapid basis, but yet await until further council deliberations before the actual ultimate uses of the site are determined, whether through additional public input or otherwise.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay, so I'm not sure if I didn't pick up on exactly. I appreciate that could be different uses, and some of the things that we would do would have to be done in terms of site preparation. Some of the underground services would have to be done regardless of which we choose. But I'm wondering about this discussion around potential expansion. Is there like this drawing we're looking at here has a car hop, for example, has parking that's right up against the ACUCC. Revised parking, has a car hop thing, and then it has a small amphitheater that's there, and then some additional parking on the other side of amphitheater, which is in phase 2. If down the road in a few years, whatever that might look like, we decided, we'd like to have an expanded indoor space with the ACCUC, would this prevent that from happening there, or could this stay there as is, and maybe there's enough space in the parking lot that's against the ACUCC, or is there another location at the ACUCC where possibly we could put an indoor space so that this outdoor space that we create would not be something that we would just put up for a year or two and then we're looking to tear it down, but in fact it would have a bit more of a permanency to it, but still allow us to enhance the ACUCC with further indoor space if so needed down the road.
So, Your Worship, as a matter of practicality, there's nothing from a construction perspective that would prohibit revisiting the site. There is the matter of public expectations, and we did hear from council that there was some concern about whether or not that those improvements may be deemed to be permanent as opposed to transitory, I think was the language we used. So as a consequence, I think what you're hearing from Mr. Seffi is that of the grant funds available, roughly 50% would be necessary for any sort of use on the surface, whether it be ultimately an indoor use or ultimately just some sort of outdoor use. And I think the suggestion that is being put forth is that one option, there may be others, but one option is to proceed with the grant for the purposes of the utilities and and decommissioning of the existing structures, and then return to council with some final design concepts or a variety of final design concepts for the purposes of the grant to make sure that it is deemed to be transitory. So that could mean one possibility is, well, parking stalls are fairly transitory, but plazas are not. maybe there should not be a plaza there at this point, because that may be premature until council's had the opportunity to deliberate on some of the indoor spaces that are needed. Could the indoor spaces be put elsewhere? In theory, they could, but as a matter of practicality, the best place would be to have joint facilities, entrances, joint hallways, etc. So therefore, putting a structure ultimately as close to the building as possible would be advantageous. But are we at that stage yet? Well, council's only very recently received the input from the public of their uses, and it might be premature to commit to that, other than to make sure that the services are there and to make sure there's no longer-term impediments by the way of plazas or trees or things of that nature.
Okay, and just my final, for me to understand, so are you suggesting that that the application would not maybe be as comprehensive as what is in our package, but instead would be more of a ground preparation type of focus, so that we could then decide what we wanted to do there, and that our application for the grant would be less than what we had originally proposed?
That's one option, or we could even still try to get the entire amount of the grant and retain the balance, we'll say 50%, for a surface design or a surface application that works for council, so it gives them some time to deliberate on the longer-term uses. So that may mean no seating area, no trees, just something that's truly transitory, so that we can actually come back with something that meets council's expectations for Aldergrove, such as a gymnasium or whatever capital funds are available that can be used to construct something, or maybe even a separate building, where we're not tying it to any particular outcome at this point, merely to a process that would give council further time to determine the surface uses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Stephanie?
Oh, Mr. Seffi has
So,
some comments.
Your Worship, just a quick note about what the slide that you see on your screen is intended to convey. There are some items, they haven't been costed out fully yet, just some items that we submit to council are going to be required regardless of what ultimate use might be the council desire, and we've called them base expenditures. So building demolition, as I expressed earlier, hazardous material abatement, those are costs that we call base costs. The mobilization, site preparation, and rough grading, all base costs, as well as servicing and decommissioning, all base costs. The project-specific costs that could be deferred until after council has had further deliberations or considerations, based on the fact that in the meantime we are proceeding with some temporary proposed uses, are the ones that are project-specific, such as project design. Those are the elements that yourself were referencing, Your Worship, as well as Councillor Whitmarsh, in terms of the specifics of the site as shown to council on a conceptual basis.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
I'm very disheartened how this is very positive project has taken a very nasty turn, in my opinion, almost a U-turn. The grant is very clearly a federal grant for COVID recovery, which focuses entirely on outdoor spaces. So this whole conversation about a gymnasium, I don't know where that came from, except perhaps from a couple of residents that feel that that is some kind of a solution to teens being bored or the need to find something that youth can be occupied in. And maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but I don't know how this conversation morphed into that. Because there are plenty of gymnasiums in the town of Aldergrove that have been used in the past for youth activities, but they haven't lasted because there's been a lack of participation. So as much as you'd like to put out opportunities for youth, that is a whole separate conversation from what we're discussing here, in my opinion. And I think that the Parks and Recreation Committee could maybe look at that. Is there a need for indoor spaces in Aldergrove that is being lost, or is there a giant need for it? Because I really haven't heard of it. And if there is, great, we can look at how we can solve that. But what we've got in front of us here is an opportunity to take a lot of federal funding and produce a gateway project that's going to make the downtown a much more attractive place for pedestrians and for outdoor uses. It's been proven that the poor old parking lot where the Alder Inn used to sit, a little graveled parking lot, has become a gathering spot on several occasions for hundreds of people in Aldergrove to enjoy outdoor activities and some camaraderie and a very positive gathering space, and that's what's being proposed here. There's components in the original project, and I don't like the sound of downgrading it and saying, well, let's not do this and let's do that, not do that, because some of the best parts, I thought all of council here would be jumping all over. A green wall, some trees, some shaded area, gathering spot, parking. I mean, that's the first thing we ever heard when we built the pool was, oh, there's not enough parking close by. Even though 10 minutes up the street, there's room for hundreds of cars that never get used. But anyway, this, I think, is an excellent project the way it sits. I'm saddened that the community got mixed up with different opinions about needing indoor spaces. And Mr. Backen gave the answer that, well, you know, maybe we would have to build a gymnasium somewhere, but why would we build it right there when we have property to the south and to the east that could be contemplated to expand? Don't forget that this proposed plaza is up against the arena, the ice arena. So would you actually put a youth gym adjacent to the arena? I think you'd probably put it more on the other side where you're closer to the other gymnasium and the other common area rooms. So really, what I'm trying to say is that the potential expansion, which has not been on anybody's radar until this week, is a separate article compared to what we're being presented here. I laud staff for their initiative to apply for the grant. It's a lot of money, $750,000. It's the proper thing to do because the safer activities during this COVID seasons is outdoor activities. So this is what this grant is all about. It's to be enhancing outdoors. So I hope that council will support this, because if you support enhancing the downtown of Aldergrove, you'll support this. If you support helping the businesses downtown, you'll support this, because parking is going to be advantageous to everybody along Fraser Highway. If you support our staff, you'll support this because they took the initiative and applied for a considerable amount of money. If you like green walls and green infrastructure, you'll support this. If you want to increase accessibility to community spaces, you'll support this. So I can't see a downside to this, and I hope that council will support, along with me, proceeding with exactly how this was presented by staff, and we get on with it so that we don't miss the deadline and miss out on this $750,000 that the feds are handing us for this specific type of project. Aldergrove needs it, likes it, and will utilize it. I promise you that.
Thank you.
Please vote for it.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Thank you, Worship. And it's after the Christmas break and having some time to reflect on this, I personally found it very helpful to have had the deferral. So spend some further time considering this and also get some public feedback, which I thought was very important. I've written down some comments because I think it'll help to contextualize how I feel about the project. And then I do have a question for staff regarding the potential to go forward with this, but at the same time, give us an opportunity based on the phased nature of what I see before me in the renderings to consider whether or not this application could be crafted so that part of it goes forward as phase one, but then we allow ourselves further time to consider what an opportunity might be in phase two. So, you know, some of my comments are around the fact that I agree that the feedback has been somewhat divided amongst community and different groups because they have a different interest, which is normal because people who live in a community have their own, you know, lens and sense of what would be great for the community, and others, maybe businesses or organizations, obviously, you know, they're looking at the community interest, but in a different kind of manner. My focus, and just so we're clear, I think a green wall would be wonderful. I'm very supportive of green infrastructure. Everybody would know that. I don't know who would be against that, shade, awnings, etc. But my inquiry has to do more with the fact that absent the crystallization of the grant coming forward, would we have, and this is, I know, sort of very abstract question, would we have gravitated necessarily to this site for this specific purpose? It could be that it's true, because it does have components of things that we talked about in the past. But I want to focus on the investment that we made and the highest and best use of this property, which is at the gateway, as we know. And so I have thought about this, tried to be Solomon, and asked myself, is there a compromise opportunity in which we could look at getting a public plaza of some type in the area that's smaller in scope than what we're currently looking at? Because I see this as an opportunity. I think council would likely, I mean, I would personally, want to have an opportunity, I'm sure we don't all feel this way, but I would like to have an opportunity to consider, for example, what about if there was a plaza area, but we gave ourselves an opportunity to consider the remainder of the lot for something like a mixed-use building that could have facilities in it that others, could use in the community. I just can't help but look at the fact that this is a very prime piece of real estate. It would be a great plaza. I don't discount the fact that that's true, but what else could we put there that could supplement that? And for example, if we put in a mixed-use building, I could foresee that whoever is going to develop that building could become partners in making sure that we had a very nice green space / plaza. To me, when I did some research about mixed-use developments and what these kind of designs can look like, there's an increasing interest in making sure that we have these kind of interfaces between buildings where you do have trees, vegetation, people able to sit, do different things. I don't personally think that this application, and this is my question to staff, would that be a possibility? I've been informed now that a lot of the investment will actually go towards pragmatic things like undergrounding and things like that. Would this kind of application lend itself to that kind of ability for us to consider together, staff and council, what is an opportunity to not negate or forego having a plaza, but having a plaza and a subsequent opportunity is my question. Thank you.
Mrs. Sefi?
Your Worship, I think we've discussed the grant condition requirements previously, and the fact that if the intent is to do B, obviously we don't want to proceed with an application that might present us incorrectly as proceeding with option A. That said, yes, certainly there is some flexibility with respect to what may be added, how we may be able to enhance. This was never presented as the highest and best use, but rather a use that might be more appropriate than the existing, maybe not so perfect situation, taking advantage of some external funding. That's all the intent was. It was never presented as the highest and best use. Proceeding with this does not tie council's hand, in staff's opinion, in terms of what a future scenario might look like, which again, as discussed previously, could be 5-10 years down the road, maybe sooner. But in the meantime, I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that our obligation is made in good faith. And also, if it doesn't meet the criteria, as was referenced previously in terms of the COVID-19 context, then clearly it doesn't meet the criteria. So we just have to be careful about that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, I'm totally in favor of a plaza. And, if I think about, how Aldergrove, is changing and will change, I mean, this is just a really great opportunity to have a place where the community can gather. If there's one thing I've learned over the last few years of attending the Aldergrove Fair, the Langley Cruise-In, multiple parades, you know what? Aldergrove shows up for things. There's hundreds of people that show up for these events. So, maybe it's because they're 20 minutes out of Langley. So, you know what? It's really fun to, Aldergrove still has that sort of small town community feel. So they show up for things, and having a plaza, having a community gathering space. And, we have heard from the community, and I don't think the people who were for the gyms necessarily were against having a plaza necessarily. They just wanted some space for kids. So I mean, I get that, but why not a lacrosse box or two with basketball hoops, and those are well used, and we know that because we if you ever go up to GPRC or down to MAP and just spend a few afternoons, and you just see how many kids are using those, whether they're involved in organized sport or not. So yeah, that's definitely something that we need to sort of make sure happens in Aldergrove. But I just feel like this is a bit of a one-time opportunity to have a central gathering place for Aldergrove, like Fort Langley. Fort Langley has the community hall, and people love putting up a Christmas tree and making that the place where they sort of gather, and so I digress, but I just feel like this is something that I don't think we'll get to really do this again. And I wasn't super crazy about how the little gravel parking lot looks right now, but the reality is that people showed up. they really like that space, so maybe we can do it better, and and with some free money, there we go. So I'm in support, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. I just had a couple questions, and I think Mr. Steffi made them very clear to me. Like, there's a deadline on the grant, but 50% of it, if I'm not quoting you, it says right here that is the widening of Fraser Highway. Will that cover it? Like, we bought the piece of property. We bought it so that I believe I voted for it years ago, and we're going to use it for this. But is there any other costs that we'll have to put up to do the Fraser Highway part? And the other comment was 50% service underground. Was that 50%? Will the grant will cover, and we'll have to cover the other 50%? I guess where I'm going is, like, I think it's maybe a good idea. However, I'm concerned. It's kind of a nice area, nice, but maybe if we were to I don't know, once you build something, and if everyone likes it, it doesn't matter what you're going to put there, we're going to get in trouble for tearing it down. And like, I'm all for getting the grant if that money we don't have to put a lot more with it. And it's going to be used later, good money after bad money type thing. So that, I guess my comments are, I am concerned if I think I don't want to poo-poo it. I actually like the hotel. We walked through there the day of the parade. Everybody was there. And I have no issues that way. But boy, when we take that away, are we doing the right thing? Can we maybe look at this a little further? I don't know. Just some comments I'm having. I'm not poo-pooing it. I want to figure out a way I can vote for it. And but as long as we don't have to put a lot more money than the 1.6 in. Just some comments for now.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks. I think I'm pretty obviously not in favor of building this, and I have two reasons for it. One was the process to get here. I didn't like to learn that there'd been a grant application in July, basically predetermining the long-term use of this property, without any conversation with the public or with council that I was aware of or part of. Certainly the public wasn't. And I'm really uncomfortable with that. I don't see the point of a grant for a plan that's the wrong plan, that doesn't have consensus, and is simply put to council to approve. And the problem with that is you see the plaza or not voting for the plaza, as opposed to other options that actually exist, but no one's had time to put them together or present them to anyone. Thankfully for the deferral, that's been possible. But this isn't plaza or no plaza. This is plaza and taking a very important critical piece of property next to the ACUCC and tying it up for years, with basically out asking anyone. what they want to do with it, what some of the other options are. And so a comment was made that, you know, indoor uses haven't been on anybody's radar. That isn't true. It's been on my radar. I've asked about this site consistently since the day I got elected. And I had to learn about an application to use it for parking plaza on a Thursday when I downloaded the agenda, which had been in process for 6 months. And I don't think that that's the right process. I don't think it's fair to the public. And I don't think it's fair to Aldergrove to say that this is what we're going to do with a critical, valuable piece of property. I've discussed other indoor uses with senior management. This didn't come out of thin air. These aren't being manufactured, as Councillor Long suggested. I think there's a lot of great things that can be done with this site that we're not going to get a chance to explore because we're going to put 17 trees and parking and an outdoor COVID plaza on it. I don't want to build a COVID plaza. I want to see the site used to benefit businesses, residents, youth, and benefit the ACUCC and a real vision for what we're going to do with that site. I don't want to tie it up for 5 to 10 years without that process having occurred first. So I don't care about a grant to build something I don't want to build. And I think that the grant is being used as leverage to get this approved because I think getting grant money is a good thing. Of course it is, but not for the wrong plan. And I don't feel like using taxpayer money from another level of government because I'm not responsible. I don't want to be using taxpayer money of any level of government for the wrong plan. And so I would prefer that we not proceed with this and we start a proper process to determine if we're going to expand the ACUCC and what that's going to look like, and not have it done as part of a grant application that no one knew about until about a month ago. Well, I didn't know about it. I'm sure maybe some few of the others here did, but I didn't know about it. And there was no process to determine what we're going to do with the site. And I'm amazed by some, you know, a few members of council want to build a COVID plaza. You know, why is it not greater ambition for Aldergrove than a parking lot? Where's the vision and the ambition for downtown Aldergrove? And to me, this concept isn't that. And it certainly hasn't gone through a process to discuss maybe doing something a lot more with this site. Combination of retail, structured parking potentially, and some indoor recreational uses combined together with potentially housing or other uses. There's so much potential here that's going to be lost. We're putting 17 trees on it. There's nothing about this that's 5 to 10 years, or this is intended to be a permanent plaza. I'll also mention it contradicts the Aldergrove Core Plan, which currently has this designated as service commercial. It's got no contemplation of being a gateway project or a gateway site. And where did this come from? It certainly didn't come from the community, and it certainly hasn't been any process that I've heard of. So I really think we should be looking for something a lot more ambitious and a lot more visionary and thought through than a COVID parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Councillor Richter, I think, was there.
No, she's spoken once. You're a first-time speaker.
Thank you. I would hate to be before Councillor Richter. Thank you, Councillor Richter. Oh, I did also want to say that, you know, we've had quite a few emails and telephone calls and letters and otherwise indicating, and I've tried to respond to most of them, indicating these decisions aren't easy and they take time to think about. And I use some examples. And I always have a difficulty speaking with this mask on, but when an opportunity came up to build a park in McLeod, you know, some people said, just put a regular track there. Don't worry about a kind of a molded track. And don't put a turf field, just put a turf field, not an AstroTurf field. And by all means, don't have a large grandstand, and please don't cover it. So today, we did all the opposite. We built for the future. And we built a world-class facility there. And they have a great track there. They have a great facility, and the grandstand is covered. And you know, Langley Rams just won the Canadian Championship, and they have soccer and track and other events there. And you know, some of my daughter's friends played for the Langley Rams, and they're very happy. It was a great day. But I attended a number of those games. So that's one example. The second example is an opportunity came for, I think it was $15 million to build a facility up in Willoughby. And some of the people said, great, let's put a recreation center in Willoughby. Let's put some meeting rooms and we'll use up that $15 million and it'll be just great. And some of us said, you know, Why don't we use that 15 million? And why don't we build an event center? And why don't we put hockey there? And why don't we put a gymnasium? And why don't we put some other uses there and spray parks? And why don't we make that a world-class facility? And we did. And we didn't take that 15. I think we spent far more than that. And again, it's another facility. Giants play there. They have a number of other things, we all know. And the third thing is that some folks said, you know, for Alder Grove doesn't really need a pool. Alder Grove doesn't have the population for a pool. Build the pool somewhere else where the population is. And a number of us said, look, Alder Grove not only needs a pool, they need a pool that's different. A pool that's active, a pool that can have a number of different opportunities for a rink and a gymnasium and a pool and sauna and hot tub and a fun area and a run of the river. And we build a great facility different than many other pools. And why? Because Alder Grove deserved that. Now the opportunity today is, do we build something, a passive outdoor space now, or do we use something with same opportunity to do as we've done in the past and build a world-class either facility that many councillors have talked about that could be used for youth, that could be used 24 hours, that could be creative. I don't know what it would be, but something for the future that Alder Grove could be proud of for many, many years ago, a world-class facility. You know why? Because Alder Grove deserves that. And that's my position. That's why I will not be supporting an outdoor space that I just don't think is the right thing right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 3 questions for staff on this. The first question is, how many events or times has the new Aldergrove Plaza at 272nd and Fraser Highway been used since it became operational?
I think the question is the number of times the plaza has been used. Now, I don't know if that's a rental from the township, but it's probably used daily by people, but we don't keep track of that. Mr. Backen, can you help?
You're correct, Your Worship. There would be a record of the actual rentals itself, but I don't, the day-to-day uses would be people sitting there and utilizing it. We wouldn't have a record of that. We could come back with the record of the actual rentals or designations, but we don't have that right with us.
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate we don't have that information, because what I'm looking for is this outdoor plaza used by events once a month, once every 2 months? Like how many have we had? The second question that I have is, what are the net costs to the township, which would include the repairs that were previously done on Fraser Highway that are now going to be ripped up and replaced if we go ahead with this grant program, as well as the cost of the plaza development at 272nd and Fraser Highway? So what is the net cost of this to the township?
Your Worship, I'm not sure if I understand the question in terms of the net cost. The 2 projects could be viewed separately. In fact, council could decide to direct staff to proceed with the grant application and not do the Fraser Highway widening. Again, as discussed previously, it just was deemed to be a very efficient use of resources, cost-effective project management to do the widening at the same time because of the interruptions to traffic, because of the public inconvenience typically associated with underground works. To do the widening at the same time, that was always anticipated. The widening right now doesn't extend all the way to the corner. So this was something that was deemed to be appropriate. If council decides that they wish to separate those, that could be done as well.
Yeah, well, what I was trying to get at with that question is when we were building the ACUCC, which we did open, not this term, but the previous term, there was substantial improvements to the intersection as well as the piece of Fraser Highway in front of the ACUCC for traffic calming purposes. And if we're going to rip that up now, it's been in for what, 5 years? The same thing with the temporary plaza that we put in at 272nd and Fraser Highway. How much did we spend on that temporary plaza? I mean, that was a discussion that we've just had in this term. And those costs are sunk costs that are now going to be negated and replaced. So what I'm wanting, I mean, this is being presented to us as a $1.6 million project, of which we're going to get 750,000. But the 1.6 doesn't include the costs that have already been sunk into the area, which will now be ripped up and lost.
So, Your Worship, just to make sure, there's been no traffic calming on Fraser Highway. The configuration that you see right now has been a design that has taken into account funding that's been available, as well as ownership, so we don't have to, or we didn't have to, we did not have to, past tense, acquire land that would have increased the cost. So it is not a traffic calming, but rather a reflection of the conditions available at the time that the project was being completed.
Okay, but at the time, that project was what, $3 million to put the light in and put the repaving and all the other stuff in? My third question is, there are existing community programs and community groups that are located in that little strip mall that's on the property that we're discussing here right now, that is going to be part of this phase 1 to get demolished. Where will they relocate to? Because I'm assuming they're using that space at a reduced rental rate, if any rental rate at all. I think the Fort Langley Business Association is in there. There's a couple of other groups. There's some community space that's in there. Where does that go if the building comes down?
Yeah. Mr. Backen, I think you meant the Aldergrove Business Association, but Mr. Backen?
Yep, no, Your Worship, I think they've all been, or maybe all but one have been relocated. And the restaurant that was there has relocated themselves. So at this point, there's a vacancy. I believe if there's a remaining vacancy, it's just on a month-to-month, and I'm not quite certain if there is. So at this point, effectively, it's void of tenants, and that provides some of the opportunity to deal with the site, at least preliminarily at this point.
But I thought this grant project is only going to do half of the space that's there.
I think that's correct. What we were suggesting was that the half of the available funding could be used for effectively decommissioning the site and actually getting it ready for future use, that we don't effectively need to determine the future use at this point. Within certain parameters, there'd have to be some final or preferred concept for the surface usage that could perhaps be made to look more temporary, as we saw at the site at 272nd Street. And I think what Mr. Seffi was saying as to the road, the reason why the road is narrow in that section was in part to take advantage of the fact that when the road was being upgraded, the building of the mall was owned by a third party, and we didn't want to simply take over or tie that to the road expansion. So the narrowness of the road effectively created the traffic calming, but in terms of overall standards, it would be better to widen it in that one section so that it's, I guess, more in line with the ACUCC itself.
Okay. Well, the point that I'm trying to make here is that, and it maybe goes back to a point that Councillor Woodward made earlier, why wasn't council brought into this discussion like way before? So we could have had some input and asked a lot of these questions then that need to be asked and answered. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis?
Pardon me. I know this is my second time, but I just get that gut feeling that I want to just say ask one more question. Well, the traffic calming is obvious. Like that, you can't drive through there unless you slow down. That's really effective. But what keeps going back in my mind here is Councillor Ferguson took far too long to tell me this, but maybe this, I guess where I'm going with this is, I keep hearing staff say that this we applied for it, or we could apply for it because it was efficient. Taking advantage of the funding, and I don't hear. Is this what we want for the new ACCUCC pool. And like, I want to vote for it because but I'm just concerned that it's 1.6 million. And we spent how much money? We spent 25 or 30 million, put the water in, needed the water to fill the pool up. But we spent a lot of money there. And I'm just concerned that we are knee-jerk reactioning to, and I already said it again, efficiencies, taking advantage of, and are we listening to I just think that maybe we should listen to the, going around in circles. Jack, you got to cut me off, Mayor Feroz. But I guess my point is, I'm just concerned. I don't want to not vote for it, but I wouldn't mind. Maybe we should take another few months or something to look at this and put this to the public. It's just like the Fort Langley pool. It came on, and I don't have problems with the way it came on, but we don't have a pool now. And, I don't want to jump into this because maybe we should take another second sober look at this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to speak now. I haven't had a chance. I'm in support of this. I like the way it's been described as a gateway project. I've been fortunate to travel in different cities in Europe, and these cities were built long before cars, and they have beautiful plazas and beautiful gathering spots for people. And in North America, we seem to have built our cities without that, and now we're trying to get back. And here's an opportunity for us to put a plaza in place where, it may not be rented out. It may be a gathering spot for, people waiting to be picked up after hockey or a place to go. It's a place to gather. And I'm not so sure that the best use of this is a building, whether it's a tip-up basketball court building or if it's a multi-use residential, commercial type building. I'm all for having more open space. And as I understand, the one up at 272 is more of a temporary thing. And I'd like to see this actually be permanent. I think it would be a real great addition to the Aldergrove Community Center. It's a place where people go for activities and to have some outdoor space that could be used that's free to everyone, that opens up that community, I think is great. And you see that all over the world in these beautiful cities where they have spaces, and we tend to want to fill them up. I'm all for parks. We have beautiful parks in Langley, and this is just one way in kind of an urban center in a community that is going to grow, and it's going to explode. But having multi-story parkades or buildings is not something I'm really for. So I'm going to support this. But I always want to ask council that we need to vote on this so staff have a direction. If council wishes not to proceed, then it should be voted down and staff now know that we didn't want to proceed with this. If council feels that there's some merit in this, and as Mr. Seffi said, asking staff to proceed with this, staff can bring back some options, but I believe this is for an outdoor plaza, and I'm all for outdoor spaces. I think they're great for the community, and it'll be there for many years for many people to use. So with that, I'll turn it over to Councillor Whitmarsh.
Thank you, Worship. I just had a question through to staff. One of the recommendations that came out today was possibly looking at using half the funding for decommissioning the project, and then giving us maybe more time to decide what we do there. If that was the case, any sense of timing, and what does decommissioning look like? Does this mean taking the current mall down and leaving it as a flat space until we decide what's happening? And what does decommissioning actually look like, and what would the timing of that actually be?
So, Your Worship, the grant conditions, again, we must respect, and we cannot go into them, I guess, with a different option in mind if in fact we are not planning on proceeding with what we're presenting conceptually. So what I'm going to suggest is that the concept needs to be preserved because that forms the basis of the application. Obviously, there are practical constraints in that there are current tenants that cannot be dislocated, nor any other users of the area. So that's what, I guess, the context may have been when we reference a two-phase approach with demolition of the buildings in respect of the existing tenancy agreements and making sure that those are respected. That said, what we could do, and what I was suggesting earlier, was that perhaps we can proceed with the grant application, again, keeping in mind that there is a concept that forms the application, and subject to council's direction, council can determine if there needs to be modifications made to the concept. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, it's just a concept. There's no detailed design. So as long as the integrity of the concept to some extent in terms of, again, meeting the grant objectives, the grant conditions, those being related to COVID, outdoor spaces, public plazas, gateway features, those things, as long as those fundamental features are being presented or protected, then there's no issues with making changes. In fact, that is what staff is recommending. And again, if I can just share with council, maybe with this particular slide. Your worship, not this one, sorry. This one right here. No. That's the one. So this is actually the recommendation that staff would have, that council does direct staff to proceed with the application for the $1 million, as well as $600,000 for the Fraser Highway widening. Council authorized staff to apply for the grant and meet the grant conditions and agreement, and proceed with refining the design based on council direction, which could be based on further public input or not, as council so chooses.
Okay, so if we went ahead with this and passed these motions, it will become some type of outdoor plaza space, for lack of a better word. And we would have further opportunity to shape what that exactly looks like, so it might not look exactly like it's in our package, but it would still be an outdoor plaza type of space to fit the requirements of the grant funding.
That would be correct, Your Worship, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Woodward.
Can I just clarify while the screen is on here? Sorry,
Yeah,
I don't want to talk about it again, but refined design, that's not in the resolution though?
Oh, you mean the bottom part? That's
Yeah.
just a bullet point. Okay, we'll get to
Well,
that.
that part's powerful.
Yeah, I'll ask staff. I'll let Councilor Woodward speak, then we'll
okay, I'm sorry.
clarify the motion before we vote. Okay, thanks. Councilor Woodward?
I think I'd rather have the motion clarified before I speak, Mayor Frost.
Okay, sure. So that question, so you want the Mr. Seffi, in which says refined design, that's not in the motion? Is that just a comment of staff, or that would happen with this motion, or does it need to be added to the motion?
Yes, Your Worship, we didn't want to be too I guess, over some presumptuous and present something other than what council has seen previously, because one of the issues that council identified the last time was the lack of time and opportunity to reflect. So this is not something new that we wanted to add, but rather just discuss with council. And if so, council wishes to proceed with the council resolution, council could amend that to include the refinement as an amendment to the recommendation, the resolution.
Thank you. So that would come as an amendment. So yeah, go ahead, Councilor Woodward. I hope that Councilor Davis, that answers your question.
it's still
So it's not part of the motion. If it is, it'll be an amendment, and we'll vote on it as an amendment.
So somebody has to put that
That's right.
amendment forward.
That's right. Okay. So just to clarify, Councilor Woodward, go ahead.
You know, maybe we should go through that process first.
Do you wish to move that?
Yeah, I don't want to lose my chance to speak to an amended motion.
Well, you only get one chance either way. So okay, you want to make the amendment?
No, I don't. No.
Okay.
I'll make the amendment that the statement at the bottom gets added into the
Okay. And seconder, Councilor Davis. Does anybody wish to discuss the amendment? My whole thing went down. Okay, I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? And I can't see all the hands. Okay, who's opposed? Okay, Councilor Woodward, Councilor Arneson, Councilor Ferguson, Councilor. Okay, and now I got the screen up again. Okay, if you can put your hands up, who's opposed, please, so I can just see your hands again. Okay, we've got Councilor Arneson, Ferguson, Woodward, Richter. Okay, it passes. Okay, so as amended. Councilor Woodward, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, you know, I don't really want a process of public input on a plaza that I don't think we should be building. So, you know, great if we're gonna now, if it gets approved, suddenly we're gonna start tweaking the design. You know, it's a parking lot, and it's you know, Mayor Fro's making it sound like St. Paul's Cathedral over there. I mean, it's a parking lot, and it's not a European space. It's not some glorious thing. It's a parking lot where Alder Grove needs vision, political leadership, and it needs economic development. It needs residents. It needs new building stock. It doesn't need a plaza that no one was even talking about until mid-December. The Alder Grove Core Plan wants economic development, residents, and new building stock. This was designated service commercial. This is being tossed out for something that I think well aware now is being admitted is going to be there for a decade or more. It's got 17 trees on it. This is a permanent use of a lot without a process to even ask the community properly what they want to do with it. And I don't think that's right. I think the process is flawed. I think the result is flawed. And I think there could be so much more done with this property than this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Long.
Well, I totally disagree with those comments. That is not the case at all. The core plan that was done in 2010, of which I participated long before you, many of these folks at the table here were on council, did anticipate a public gathering space in the facility, in the area of the ACUCC. I don't see it, I guess. I wish I had it. I could stick it in front of everybody and show it to you. But that was anticipated. It was discussed. And there was huge public input to that core plan revision. And as Mayor Froza said, you have to have gathering spaces in a town. You can't build everything concrete. I mean, I don't want to make some references to other communities that are going through all kinds of transitions at the moment, but Aldergrove doesn't want to go through those kinds of things. It doesn't want to have all this uncertainty. It wants to build to be a nice community, and that's almost what it is already. So council needs to build something with vision, and I guess our visions vary here. What is a good vision for downtown? Is it concrete? Is it more retail? Good grief, I thought the mall was getting redeveloped, which is going to have tons of retail. There's a huge amount of retail vacancies right now, so retail doesn't belong there. Gymnasiums, that whole thing came out of nowhere. I don't understand where that's coming from. So would you build on this corner, or would you make a nice plaza that's going to be there for many, many years? So I just wanted to, I couldn't sit still any longer when I hear that this has not had any public input. It did in the core plan. Then, when this council ripped down the Alder Inn, we went out for public input, and I think we had over 100 suggestions of what a plaza could look like. That didn't actually occur. But those inputs that we received from the public in terms of shade and trees and green walls and all those kinds of things, amphitheaters, were built into this concept. Staff has said that. And then if council wants to get involved in every decision that staff makes, well, I don't know if we'll get anything done. So I really do, again, laud the staff for having some incentive to put this forward. And they didn't do it just out of willy-nilly, because it was already in the core plan from many, many years ago that there would be gathering space, a public square, in where the facility is now. So I think it's a wonderful project, and I discount a lot of what's being said here. I don't want to see it cut back like we've done with the other one. Cut it back, get council involved in all the design, and boy, oh boy, if you really want to fail at something, let's just complicate it. This is a really nice project as it sits. There is no time to defer, because we have to have substantial work done by March of 2022, which is only a couple of months away. It is specific. You can call it I guess if you say things over and over again, people will believe it, because now I guess it's a COVID parking lot. Well, you know what? COVID is teaching us that outdoor spaces are valuable for the community. This empty parking lot that we created with the Alder Inn demolition proved itself to have hundreds of people gather. Councilor Richter asked how many occasions has the plaza been used. Not enough, because there's no funding and there's no volunteers to pull it together immediately. So it's taking some time for the community to utilize the space. A better question would be, how many has Councilor Richter attended? Because many of council...
To say that I thought that we had that as our primary objective, but I would like to point out that anytime we make a decision, whether or not it's implicitly said or not, it's an opportunity cost that's lost. If you make a decision to do something, and then once something is committed to, that means that other things cannot then take place on that site. And so for me, that's a fundamental conversation and consideration about I'm not against a plaza. I want a plaza. But I ask myself, is this the place for the plaza? How did we determine, aside from the fact of where it's located geographically? I mean, if somebody could say, well, it was in the plan, maybe I'd say to myself, okay, now at least we have a basis that originally this is sort of the plan that was intended. But I'd also like to point out that the 2010 plan has changed a lot since its inception. And yeah, well, I have peripheral vision, so I can see somebody doesn't agree with that. But I think our documents suggest many different things happened as a result of purchasing the school site, which eventually became the ACUCC. There was going to be a library included. They were going to keep the school. Many things happened. Those things didn't happen. My current opinion about this is, irrespective of what was decided by last council, we all have the right, and I think obligation, to consider what's our DNA on this project. And if it's going to be something that we have to be in agreement with and buy into, then to me, this is the fundamental conversation that we're having today, is whether or not we think this is the best use for that particular corner. So I don't say we need to go out to go, do more community engagement. There's probably a lot of people that think it's a great place to have a plaza, but the crystallization of the money, to me, should not be the highest importance and consideration, that the funds are now flowing and therefore this is where they should go. So if I don't feel 100% comfortable about something, then I just don't feel I want to make that kind of commitment, because I agree with others who are saying this is going to be permanent. I wasn't trying to allude to the fact that we're trying to fool the government and do something when, in fact, we're getting money for one project and really trying to do another. But, I think it begs the question about where is the discussion about what it is that we want. And couldn't there be another opportunity in Aldergrove for a different location that actually could be funded by private business? Private development could come forward with some of this money. I mean, there's lots of opportunities. So I don't think that this is the only opportunity we're ever going to have to put in a plaza in Aldergrove.
Right, thank you. Okay, so Councillor Whitmer, she's spoken twice, so sorry, I can speak a third time. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion as amended, and those opposed? So I've got Councillor Arneson, okay. Councillor Arneson, Councillor Davis, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Richter opposed. It fails. And so now we move on to number 2, and this is bringing back for reconsideration. Number 2 is the Agriculture Land Commission application number 100391, and it's back on the floor. And I'll open up if anybody has any discussion. All right, I'm going to call the question on number 2. All those in favor and opposed? We have Councillor Ferguson, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, are we voting on bringing it back for reconsideration?
I brought it back under the community charter. So
okay, so we're voting on whether we agree with this now.
We're actually voting on the report as presented to council. No, I brought it back under the community charter. Mayor's power to bring it back within 30 days. Yeah. It was a tie vote with one member missing, so I felt it was at least give that opportunity. Yeah. No problem. I'll give you a chance. It's number 2, Agriculture Land Commission application number 100391. Okay, we'll start all over again. Does anybody wish to discuss anything on this one? All right. So I'll now call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Davis, Councillor Richter opposed. It carries. Thank you. Items from prior meetings. Okay, Councillor, let's make sure I'm on the right. Yeah, Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I guess I'm just moving reconsideration of this motion.
Yes.
I guess I can't discuss anything until it's reconsidered.
That's right. So the process is moved, seconded, no discussion, vote, and then we move on to the item, okay? So Councillor Richter moves reconsideration. Is there a seconder? Councillor Arneson seconds it. Okay, I'm going to call the question on the reconsideration. All those in favor and opposed? So we've got Mayor Froese, Councillor Long, Councillor Kunst opposed. It goes to reconsideration. So now I've got a note here. Just want to make sure I got it right. Okay, so now the original motion needs to be moved and seconded. Councilor Richter, did you wish to move, or Councilor Davis moves it? Okay, and seconder, I need a seconder. Councilor Whitmarsh seconds it. It's on the floor for discussion. Councilor Richter, did you wish to, you brought the reconsideration, did you wish to speak?
Yes, I wish to amend it, but I'd like to hear other people have a chance to talk. But I'm wondering why we need to pre-approve the $50,000 or just send it to the budget process, although that's a minor thing. I'm assuming the $50,000 is for the consultant. But I'd like to amend it by adding a further clause. And the further clause would be it further resolved that environmental groups and First Nations be fully consulted on Salmon River floodplain options, such as open floodgates during off-season periods, the advisability of dredging the Salmon River, and replacement of the propeller pumps, and further that an environmental consultant with experience in the township also be hired to assist in the review. So I'll hold off on that amendment, Mr. Mayor, if you want to let other people speak. I just think we need to have clarification that this needs to be a more holistic discussion, and it needs to include environmental and First Nations input.
Okay, thank you. That could be done either way. This is fine to do as an amendment. It could be just as simple as, and further be resolved that staff include an environmental professional and consultation with First Nations on all of these issues, because I think there's a lot of issues, but I'm just throwing that out. I'll go to Councilor Davis, who is the original mover of this motion. Councilor Davis?
Okay, thank you. I actually supported a reconsideration because I actually think that these make it actually stronger. To ensure, I just wrote this down, to ensure that all stakeholders, including the environmentalists, be consulted as part of this study. So that's why I actually think it's making this motion stronger. Yeah, so that's why I voted for reconsideration, because I think it makes it a stronger motion to put this specifically on. It's something maybe I missed or we missed when we made this. We didn't maybe focus on that part of it. And as we learned today, there's a lot of knowledge already that will come from environmentalists. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to pause and ask Mr. Seffi. So I think the intent here is to include an environmental lens and First Nations, which I think I assumed is already included. So where it says, therefore, be resolved, the council directs staff to engage a qualified professional as to undertake, could we just add, and like that's be considerations for the environment and First Nations consultation, which maybe you could just help on what an amendment would work to help provide the direction that Councillor Richter wants, or Mr. Backen.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification, if I may.
Yep.
I did send a draft amendment through to council,
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't
the
see
clerk and Mr. Backen. So it would be to add like a second paragraph, which I think captures it.
Yeah, and I haven't had the opportunity to see that. Mr. Backen, can you?
That's what I was pointing out, Your Worship. It'll be on your screens now that there is the proviso to add, be it further resolved, and it goes on in some detail. So we have the motion before us.
Okay. Is that detail, what I'm wondering, always hate to hamstring staff and getting too much detail, or does it capture what staff would be doing anyways? Mr. Seffi?
Thank you, Your Worship. So, Your Worship, as staff understood it, perhaps not correctly, the intent of the motion from Councillor Davis that was adopted by Council, that's the subject of reconsideration tonight, was to proceed with a work plan, really just to assess the pumping capacity, the effectiveness of additional pumping capacity. And I believe I may have referenced in my comments back to Council in December that this was essentially a desktop exercise that would not have included any real work in terms of surveying or any any other aspects because of the limitations of the funding. So there are two things. One is, I guess, the scope of what is being anticipated, which is essentially just take a look and determine if, based on current standards, current government, provincial, and federal requirements, whether it is possible to add meaningfully additional pumping capacity that would address some of the concerns. That was the essence of the exercise. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is financial. If in fact there is more to the scope, obviously the adequacy of the $50,000 will have to be evaluated.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Okay, I'll come back to you, Councillor Richter. I'm going to go to Councillor Long on the motion.
I'm not understand where we're going with this. First of all, the motion is extremely verbose. But if you just go down to the third 4-bit resolve, which is the only thing that's the only action part, it says right away to engage a qualified professional consultant. So we heard from Dr. McPhee today that we need to have somebody give us some advice, someone that's an expert, and that's what this motion is calling for. So I'm sad to say that it seems to me that this reconsideration is just going to complicate things. So I really feel that we've got the right direction already, but now we're going to just do it again, or we're going to try and mucky it. So
okay.
I don't have any motion that's been currently set around, so maybe you can put it on the screen or something.
Well, it hasn't been moved yet.
It has been moved?
No, it hasn't yet.
Nothing's
so-
been moved.
no.
Okay.
This has been moved. The
I don't
motion-
understand why we even had to change it, because it already said right there in the very beginning, therefore be resolved that council directs staff to engage a qualified professional consultant as anticipated apparently many years ago, so I guess someone decided that a long time ago, and give us some advice. So I think that's where we need to leave it.
Okay. Okay, I'll turn it back to Councillor Richter. If she wishes to make that amendment, then we'll proceed with the amendment. Then Councillor
Yeah,
Kennedy.
I think the only thing that is missing is the reference to the environmental. So if we say to engage a qualified environmental professional consultant, or I was just trying to keep it clean, to put the environmental and to ensure that both environmental groups and First Nations are going to be consulted on this. Because it's clear to me from the feedback that council got from both Dr. McPhee as well as Mr. Foy in his letter, that there are some environmental concerns here that need to be addressed. And those environmental concerns include, do you want to take the old fish killing pumps out and put a new screw pump in? Do you want to just leave the floodgates open during the growing season period to allow more water to move out of the drainage area faster? The discussion around dredging, I think that needs to be clarified. To me, dredging in the Bedford Channel is a very different question from dredging the Salmon River. And it sounds to me from what Dr. McPhee had to say today that dredging the Salmon River would create concerns with environmental groups as well as First Nations. So I just want to make sure that those thoughts are captured. And it could all be done with one consultant, provided that consultant has experience with environmental concerns in floodplains as well.
Okay, so if I can sum that up, I think if the amendment was to add after qualified professional, that it would include an environmental professional familiar with the floodplain issue. So this, I don't think we're making decisions based on what's coming back. What this motion will do isn't automatically coming back with decisions. This is going to come back to council. If we are even going to proceed with adding anything, then there'll be more work to do. Is that correct, Mr. Seffi? This initial work will just be a report coming back to council. Say, okay, this is what it looks like. Now, what do you want to do with it? Is that
That's correct, Your Worship.
Yeah. So, and adding, just having the lens of an environmental professional look at this or work with you, is that doable? I think that's all we're asking for under with the 50,000.
Well, Your Worship, it was never intended to be excluded.
Okay,
The qualified professional would have been engineering, environmental,
Yeah, that was what I thought, but I think what this would do is just cement it. I think it would help council. So, Councillor Richter, if you wish to just add it after professional consultant to including an environmental professional familiar with floodplains. Is that,
Okay,
does that
I'll,
satisfy?
I'll add that.
Okay, then that just clarifies what I think staff are going to do. Is there a seconder to that? Councillor Arneson, discussion on the amendment? Councillor Long?
Yeah, are you serious that you don't really believe that a qualified professional consultant is going to be considering the environment
Yeah.
when we're talking about
Yeah.
rivers and floodplains?
It will. This just makes sure it's in the
Well,
motion, that's all.
this is the way this council does things. I can't believe it.
Okay, Councillor Arneson, we could call the question pretty quick on the amendment, but.
Thank you, Your Worship. I understand a certain level of frustration with the language and terminology, but effectively there is a difference between an environmental consultant engineer and somebody who just has sort of a more broad-based understanding. There are specific qualifications, I would argue, that people have who have more of a complex and holistic understanding of ecosystems as opposed to somebody who is perhaps just a drainage expert who understands pumps and, conduits of water.
Okay, that's fine.
A qualified professional in the ecology.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to call the question on the amendment. And the amendment is to, after consultant, to include environmental professional or qualified environmental professional familiar with floodplains. All those in favor of the amendment and opposed? Council Long opposed. It carries. So on the main motion as amended, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. And we go down to other business. Is there any other business? Okay, I have one item.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I've got some items too I wanted to bring. Please.
I jumped in
You
just
go
ahead of you. I have one item,
You
Mr.
go ahead.
Backen. I know back in spring there was a report to council or a memo or something regarding the Holiday House. I was just wondering where we are with that and if there's a potential for a memo to come to council, the status, where that is. I know some work's being done, but I'm not clear on it. I think it would be helpful for council to get a memo from staff. Is that possible? Okay, thank you. All right, Councilor Richter.
Okay, thank you. In items distributed from January 6th, item number 3, with regards, it's from the Ministry of Forests, Lands and Natural Resources concerning notification of aerial spray for invasive moth control. And I'm wondering, they've offered to make a presentation. I'm wondering if we could please get a presentation because I'm sure spraying for moths is going to create concern for some residents. And we should probably have a public presentation that on this, that it is not going to be spray that is damaging to humans or animals, and that there will be 3 applications put in, as well as in the area that will be directly affected by the spray, which is a fairly sizable piece of land in around Fraser Highway and 244th. So that's the first one. I would like to get a presentation or take the guy up on a presentation.
Okay, I think we should, if it's a presentation request, maybe it should be a motion of council for a presentation request.
Okay, I'll make that motion then.
Okay, and or did you want to make a notice of motion? Is this time sensitive? We could do it next meeting, just so that we are clear on what it is. Not saying it's not a good idea. I just think a presentation needs to be a motion.
Okay, I can do it as a notice of
Sure.
motion for the
That'd be
next
great,
meeting.
and then we can see it, and then we'll vote on it. I don't think it'd be an issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then with regards to items 15, 16, and 17, which all have to do with garbage, can staff sort of give us an idea whether we can request those? Item 15 wants contractors to the township to pick up garbage they leave behind, and whether there's something that can be done with increasing or improving garbage pickup in certain areas.
Mr. Backen? Yep. Indicates yes.
Okay, and then going back to December 23rd, the December 23rd items, there was a memo from engineering, item number 8 on page 19. And this was a meeting that occurred with some Willoughby residents under the United Way Community Outreach Program. And I'm wondering if a copy of the engineering report could be sent to Geraldine McManus, who is the United Way coordinator who organized this meeting.
Just checking with staff. Is that possible? Yes, yep, we'll be done, thanks.
Okay. Item number 25, the letter from Ms. Panko regarding parking refunds. I'm wondering if this is even a TOL issue. If the parking fees occurred on private property, maybe township should just advise her it's a private property matter.
Yeah, we'll do that, thank you.
Okay. And item number 27 on page 63, this was something from the RCMP basically saying that township or municipalities are responsible for picking up the costs of vaccine testing and accommodation for non-RCMP employees. So I'm wondering if we have a cost on that and whether we can apply to the federal government to get reimbursement for that cost.
Mr. Backen, yeah, he's got that. He'll check into it. Okay.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other business, so I'm going to ask for a motion to resolve into special close for items on the agenda and on table. Councilor Davis, and seconder. Councilor Whitmarsh, I see no additions. All those in favor? Opposed and carried? Oh, you have two. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand go up there. Councilor Arnson, your items are? Personnel and property, okay. Okay, those two are added, so now I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I'm looking to someone for a motion to terminate. Terminate! And Councilor Davis moves termination. Seconder would be Councilor Arneson. You can second termination? She seconds the terminator. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We'll reconvene in our close, what, 5 minutes? What do you need? 5 minutes? Okay, so 5:25. Thank you. And thank you, everyone out there in Zoom land.